11:30 on the dot. I got water at the lake. The beach was really stupid. I don't recommend going down to the beach at all. It's a complete waste of time. I should have just gotten water at the campground probably. Coho. Two ladies coming down as I left told some jokes and showed them where the beach trail was. What gear am I in? How did I get to 4? I gotta stop putting it in 4. If I'm doing stuff on a hill like this where I know it's going to end up having roots and shit, I should just coast on 3 and I'll have enough torque to do stuff. It's not flowy enough to get around things right now, so I need torque. I think the trail goes through a little parking area. I was planning on bailing off the trail there instead of hooking back up with it, but I need to get to the campground. I got this garbage bungee corded to the front here. I lost my other bear hang bracket, so I'm gonna throw that one away. I'm getting really tired of bear hangs. I can't wait to, instead of using my rectangular tote, I want to buy one of those big round jars that are clear polycarbonate, you know. I could put like my sleep system behind it on the bike rack and put that thing on the rack itself. And if I get a nice bike built, I could even contract someone to build a rack for me that would hold that canister in the rack. So you just like secure it with one bungee. You wouldn't have to use any ratchet straps. And I wouldn't have to hang it. I basically, what I did, I took the ratchet strap. Oh, there's a tent this thing. This must be the parking lot, I remember. So I'm gonna head downhill here and zoom in and find a garbage can. Anyway, what's the time out for us at the tent? Oh yeah, if I wanted to hang it tonight, I could use the bungees or paracord to make like a little sling for it to hang it up. Either way, I'm tossing this bracket. But what I did last night, since I was in this campground and it had these steel cooking things, I put the ratchet straps around the tote to hold the handles tight. Like not the handles, but the latches that put pressure on the airtight seal. I just set it on one of those steel cooking things in another campsite about 200 feet away. So it was sort of like a DIY bear canister, except mine was actually fucking airtight and theirs aren't. And maybe it wasn't perfectly airtight because the lid may not be perfectly flat anymore or whatever, you know, it doesn't squish the seal perfectly, whatever the deal is. But with the garbages in freezer bags, basically, you know, the quart storage bags that are 2 mils thick or whatever, and then put that inside the airtight container. I felt pretty good about it. Now, a bear might have been able, if it was a larger adult male, it probably could have broken the tote. When it's loaded and compressed like that, I could probably jump on it and not break it, and I weigh more than an average sized bear. So I felt pretty good about it. I do need to get a fucking canister. I don't think I'd have to, you know, some people get a canister to check the box and they end up doing a hang anyway. I could live my life with that fucking canister. I have so few things in this goddamn tote right now at this point. I'm so like efficient with everything after this summer that I think I'd be good. The campground looks full. It's a Tuesday. I think they paved this whole area for the dam servicing, and then they decided to pave the road by Coho too. It's so busy. Probably quite an income generator. I need a garbage can. Oh, can I go around the speed bump? Ugh, barely. I don't want to go all the way through this whole fucking thing. Now this is where the trail comes out, is up one of these loops. Howdy. Just using your garbage can, don't mind me. Good. I love being able to get rid of garbage. It's the best feeling in the world. That tote's even lighter now. I wish I would have had a gallon Ziploc. I could have just put all them garbages in there. But that's okay, it worked out. Using the paper clips to bind them all together temporarily. I had 4 paper clips and I took 2 off at the last minute. I don't know, I've used these 2 a ton of times so far. I should bring 4. I mean, they don't weigh fucking shit. I've probably got other shit I use less that I don't even need. All right. I could probably get to 23. I charged this phone last night. I'm afraid I charged it too much because I wasn't able to charge the damn GoPro thing all the way again. When I pulled the power brick out, I had 3 lights out of 4 on it. I was very encouraged by that. I charged the phone until it went to 2 lights, and I maybe charged it for another 45 minutes after that before I unplugged it. And then overnight I had the GoPro charged. Huh. I hope this is 23. I'm getting the map out. There's too many things going on. I think I have to do a left, right, left thing, so I want to make sure. Oh yeah, the SD card only has 4 hours left, so what I'll probably do is when the GoPro fills up the SD card, I probably won't change it until tomorrow. Something like that. I think I go straight. I don't think this is the intersection I want. I'm actually so sure that I think I might just, I think I shut the screen lock off on this phone so I can do this all while I'm writing. Chetwoot. Yeah, Chetwoot was alright, you know. A lot of the trees were like poles. So it was tough to even, I was going to go try and do a bear hang before I realized I was missing my bracket. And I couldn't really find a good tree. I think the best thing to do is to go, there's like, I was on the campground loop, I'll call it. And they also have like the beach trail with another campsite. I would go past that campsite by the beach trail and keep going north to find your bear hang. I saw a couple trees that were leaning just right this morning. I didn't see them last night. Are we doing our job here? Yeah, okay, we're good. I have to turn this damn thing up. There's just no way not to have it on. Oh, it's 88%. Yeah, I charged this phone too much. Bummer. I should be able to shift this front ring. Yeah. Did I get it? Yeah. I don't know what it's complaining about. Weird. Ooh. Oh, there's a little bridge over the creek down there. That must be where the trail crosses. I saw they were in different spots on the map, and I was like, what the hell? I think that doing the trail on the south end of the lake would be a lot of fun. I think it probably gets more maintenance. There's no point in feeling sorry for that derailer, so. Oh, now we're climbing. Nice. Well, fuck me. So much for the big ring. It's so much work and it's so barely usable at all. I'm gonna keep fiddling with the brightness on this. Oh, maybe I can put on auto brightness. Listen, the screen's just all fucked up from the water. Come on. There, that should be reasonable. I turned it off because it would never give it full throttle, or I could never be sure it was giving it full throttle on the light. Damn screen's so hard to see in the sun. Man, it's funny how like Church Creek is a fading memory. And then yesterday, it just seems like you wake up from a nightmare and it's over. Like that blowdown where I had to take the fucking shit off the back and then the back wheel came off. This seems like a distant nightmare now. Yeah, I knew we'd be in the sun today. This REI shirt has really small, dainty sleeves, but I wanted to airflow since we're moving and gonna be doing a lot of elevation. So I took the leg warmers off and put the jersey away. It felt really good to get out of that dirty jersey. I slept in leg warmers, I took them off this morning. It also felt good to take those off. I was pretty warm last night. About 11 o'clock I was finally in the bivvy. And my feet weren't cold. I never got in the bivvy. I never zipped it up all the way. It was just about right, I guess. My earplugs were kind of shaky. They lost their... It's like the opposite of losing their resiliency. It's like all they do is spring back now. They don't... There's no damping to the spring back. And so my earplugs were kind of annoying last night. The left one wasn't in right. I woke up a few times. Pretty tired. I got some sleep though. About twice what I got the night before, I'd say. Still isn't that much. My hips are bruised now from side sleeping without enough padding. It didn't happen on the gravel, oddly. It's like the sand, the gravel must have helped me. Made little hip pockets for me or something I wasn't aware of. But it happened last night. On the loam even. Loam is so weird. It feels soft, but then it doesn't really move. Like the sand can kind of move to make a shape. But the loam just sort of sticks together when you put pressure on it. It's weird. You know, the one thing I was thinking last night it was so much work for me. I can't just look at the flashlight through the mesh because the mesh is so tight that it reflects the flashlight. You can't see out of it with the light on. So I heard a big noise last night. I don't know what it was. Probably a branch or something falling, but I have to unzip and stick my head out to look around. I was thinking how nice it would be to have like a porch light on the top of the tent you could flip on. It'll only take you a second to look around, look for any beady eyes looking at you, and then go back to sleep. Instead I have to get my arms out of the bivvy, get the flashlight, unzip the fucking thing. I've seen these little lantern things people hang in their tents. I think that's what I'd like to use for that. Just mount it to the top. That way it wouldn't light up your mosquito netting. Just give you, it also wouldn't be as bright in your face, you know, just give you this view of the periphery of the campsite. You look for any eyeballs. "12 Aberdeen left, 2-101 right." Oh, Montesino. I'm so blind. I was making shit up. I don't know how long this is paved for, but I'm pretty sure we turn right in like a half mile or something. I don't know if we ever got to figure out how far the pavement goes. I can't remember which way we went when we left here. I know we went to, oh no, I think we went out south. Both south. Huh. We were heading towards Quinault, so imagine we took a right there and got onto the gravel road right away. I remember being surprised at the presence of pavement, and I didn't understand. And then we were back to gravel. And that was with the 900 Turbo SPG. I think the muffler has so many holes in it from that trip. It already had some holes in it, and I bought a new one, but I'm glad I didn't put it on before that trip, because, wow. Oh, left? Let's see. Oh, look in the shade here. I hit the shade, it'll turn the brightness down, it'll still be easier to see the goddamn screen. Left. Ah, then we take a right. So we're going, I might be able to go to Satsop Center for lunch, late lunch. We're behind schedule today, but it's okay. It was nice to have a morning for once. I do that once in a while. I'll have a morning. Donkey Dick Road. Yeah, I wonder how far that road behind me goes paved. Isn't that weird? I wonder if you can actually get all the way here on pavement. That'd be really cool. Forest Road 23. The Greene County sign. Yeah, anyways, Satsop Center. There's the main entrance to it, you have to go up a hill. And I'm not doing that. But I think lunch makes sense sort of right behind Satsop Center, and if I can duck into the campground from there and use a picnic table, I might, just to say I did. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go by the campground stuff. I heard good things about it, you know. I was turned off by it originally because sometimes they hire private operators for these, and the website the private operator has kind of made it look like they own it. I didn't understand that they just run it. It's actually a legit Forest Service campground like Coho. So I wouldn't mind coming out here in the car. The last time we did really spread out campgrounds. Like Browns Creek one night, Coho the next. Lots of miles in between. And I think it might be more fun to do the same number of campgrounds but focus on a tighter area. And like going out to Quinault ended up being a mess. I think that's how I sold her on the trip, was Quinault. Oh, they have campgrounds by the lake, babe. But those campgrounds suck. I don't ever want to go to them, in my opinion. So we have Graves Creek. It was fucking perfect. But I can't, Graves Creek we could do 1 or 2 nights, but national park shit doesn't really jam well with me. I don't know. It just depends on what dog you have, I guess. But at the time we had 2 dogs and they were really great together off the leash. And I must have gotten talked to 6 times about that. So sick of it. We were the only fucking people there. At first we were the only people on that loop, that campground loop. And then there were 2 other people in the campground and they both left before nightfall. The second night, I don't know if we stayed there 2 nights, I can't remember. But the last night we were there, about 9 o'clock, the last person left. It was just us. So, fuck gives a shit about the rules and the places that empty. That's why I'm not a big fan of the national parks. I just cannot handle these rules. Rules about everything. And there are always no bikes, no dogs, shit like that. And it's like, this is America, okay? It's all about bikes and dogs. Fuck you mean no bikes and dogs? Are you communist or something? So, yeah, limited use in national parks for Quinn. But I think that Satsop Center would be a cool one to go to. There's this other one by Wynoochee called, what's it called? Something Tree Grove Campground. And some maps don't even have it as a campground. They just have it as a, I don't know, point of interest or something. But yeah, I'd like to check that out. I think that's probably better for the bike though. So you could just do this whole Wynoochee Valley on a bike and not have to worry about Church Creek. And hit up 4 different campgrounds. 303, I guess. Now, the theme of Dave's book is to ride all the way around the Olympic mountains on your bike, on your mountain bike. And so that's where Church Creek comes in, because it gets you from the Skokomish Valley. Is that right? Skokomish? Yeah. Over to Wynoochee. And then what Dave was advocating for a trail that goes from Wynoochee to Quinault. And he laid out where it would go. Now there is a trail through a wilderness area. And but But since it's a wilderness area, bikes are prohibited. So I think you can take that from Wynoochee to Quinault, which actually, the glutton for punishment side of me wants to do that, because I've done Church Creek already. Not with the bike, you know, but that might be fun if we had a, my wife doesn't like driving a 900, but if we had a 9000 or the wagon with the teardrop, I could walk out of the Coho and have her reposition us to, she could park in the parking lot by the ranger station or something and wait for me to come out of that wilderness trail. Now, is that possible in a day? I don't know. It looks really far on the map compared to Church Creek. Now, some people are saying you could do Church Creek in like 4 hours or something crazy. So it's hard for me to imagine on foot what my speed would be like. Hope we don't get a fucking permit. That would be the hardest thing for me about a PCT is the rules and permits. I just don't want to deal with that. I like the national forests. It's just kind of anything goes. So if we see crazy bugs all the time today, I might have to put my jersey back on. But we should be able to keep moving better since we're not dealing with blowdown. So we're not going to be a sitting duck. See, all this smooth stuff is really smooth. I just realized that when I went off the road. Damn, it's nice. Yeah, maybe Satsop Center for lunch. We'll get to it in the next 2 hours. Sometime. Yeah, so I woke up in a trail mix and then I walked down to get water before really breakfast. I just figured I need the trail mix to to give me the fortitude to get down there and do that. And it worked. I kind of was amped up when I finished the trail mix. It sucked getting water. I used the cube, so I had some water for dishes and washing up and everything. And then I came back and filled the bottles. Yeah, I got both pumps. Every once in a while I panic I'm missing something. Oh, I looked at my pictures of the bridge at Maidenhair Falls. Bear spray was not on the bike when I was on the first side of the bridge I came to. So I checked the wrong area, and it probably would have taken me less time if I had like thought critically and realized that I had this delineation point where I had a piece of evidence in that photograph. It was my pocket. I could have narrowed my search area down. I probably would have found it in less time, even though it was farther to go. Zero point. Are we just flying because I'm not going through blowdown? And like, it's so funny how I have to like recalibrate my 0.8. I hope I make it there by 2. I'm just it's like I'm abused. It's like I'm some abused child waiting to get hit with a piece of blowdown. fuck. Oh. Yeah, looks like we can get to the Satsop Center from this side. I thought we had to take that left to get to it. Well, maybe we're not having lunch there. Because I just fucking left. So we'll just keep moving. This is the main road out here for main Forest Service road. Oh, there's someone's. Oh, it's a bathroom for campsite. Yeah, this place is cool, man. I like it here. This better go through. Yeah, it's the main road. It's gotta go. I think Satsop Center is also expensive, but I think I got $24. I think that was enough to do either Coho or Satsop Center, but I feel like Satsop Center is a couple dollars. I think it's like $21 a night, and Coho's $24. Coho has some tent-only sites, but I mean, honestly, you could just stay at Chetwoot and walk to Coho. I think they have showers. Walk to Coho to take a shower for free. I can't recall. I don't think I took a shower there. I don't know if they're coin off. Those are the worst for ultralight people because unless they have a change machine there. I have zero coinage. I may have a penny or two in the penny and a dime maybe in the toolkit because I figured in a pinch they could space out the brake discs. So I might have brought a nickel too, but it looked like it was between a penny and a dime. And so I brought one of each or something, I think. That's the only coinage I got. The penny worked really good too with the copper veneer on it to help it nest onto the piston or whatever. And after you use it a few times, it probably wouldn't go anywhere. Now, I think this bike has magnetic retention. The other bike has the cotter pins. So it will be tough to pull off with this one. But you never know. You could always use it as the friction material. Glue it onto I don't think that would work. It would probably tear the glue layer. This is steep, son. Some sort of wetlands to our left. I don't know what that building was I saw. I don't know if it's part of the Satsop Center complex or an old pump house or what. I saw a green building on the left back there. Looked like about the size of a bathroom. Like a two-stall deal. Thinking now it's probably more likely a pump house. Or something like that. My left hand is not happy this morning. Right seems okay. Guess I was on the right side of the bike up the switchbacks. I hope I saved the Google Maps for... Oh, I should try and get ready to text the wife. Oh, we're climbing later though. So when we get up high, maybe. Phone's down to like 64% or something. I hit this fucking position thing on the GPS last night, and I was gonna put it in my pocket, and then when I got back to Chetwoot, I was gonna save the point. I forgot to turn the goddamn GPS off. It was on all night. But the screen was off, so it was, it only used about 10% of the battery all night doing that. I was like, what the fuck, dude? So I'll try and get some texts out, but I'm probably going to be pretty frugal with my battery and the phone in my pocket. Oh, this is... You're kidding me. I gotta stop in the deep shade here. Oh, this is a big Y. I see. Oh, that can I expect that percent. So. Okay, so we go left here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, well, we're not going to Satsop Center then. I'm already pointed this way, so we're going to be retarded about this Y. Gonna keep on keeping on here. Well, it'd be cool to get to camp early and have lunch and dinner at the same place. I don't know if I've ever done that in the woods on a bike. I feel like lunch is always in transit. We are cruising. We'll probably be cruising tomorrow too, but I just want, in case I have to walk tomorrow, like if, you know, something terrible happens to the bike. I'd like to be able to just walk to the Matlock Store and not be late. So I wanted to get more distance covered today. I noticed some of the seams on that stool already coming loose, but it's performed flawlessly so far. Now even, this is on the TMI front. I don't stretch when I'm out here. I'm just, like, I don't brush my teeth. I don't know why, alright? I did forget to brush my teeth today too, which is funny. But when I don't stretch, it's really tough for me to crouch down. My knees hurt like a motherfucker. And so I was trying to take a shit yesterday morning. And, oh my God, dude, I almost couldn't get up. And I was dying, sitting there. And so I rigged up, I figured out a way on the stool to use it to sort of support myself. You can't do it. You can't get the stool oriented perfectly because the leg wants to fall in the hole you dug. But I got it kind of clocked 45 degrees off, and it supports your thighs pretty good. far enough back that when you lean forward, you're really well balanced. And since it's a little bit crooked, like clocking wise, I lean to the side that has the aftmost support. And it really helped me this morning. I'm glad I figured that out too, because that's another reason for me to use the stool and not those chairs. Last night I was kind of concocting, I wonder if there's some way I can, get a bucket slightly larger than that bare vault and keep a bucket that I can make a lid for or something to use instead of crouching. It's just the knees. I think it's a cycling thing. And so I don't know if people talk about this, but I can't be the only one with, and it's not that they're sensitive, because I don't stretch my quads, I think. I'm always more likely to injure myself when I don't stretch my quads too, like the SPG is such a low car. Also, this could be related to my height, I don't know. Not everyone has these problems. But getting in and out of the SPG, I can fuck my knee up or it'll hurt for 2 weeks. It also happens if I'm sitting in an office chair, I crisscross my legs a little bit underneath, almost like you're getting ready to sit crisscross applesauce, but you're sitting in a chair, you're not down yet. And then if I get up from that position, it'll fuck up one of my knees too. Same exact thing as the SPG. And so if I stretch, the quads stretch, but if I hold my knee to the outside more, and I put more pressure on the inside of my foot, it stretches this fucking tendon or muscle group on the outside. You can really feel it if you get it right and it's tight. And I've talked to athletic trainers about this, like 4 of them, and they've always said, oh yeah, we'll get back to you with a stretch for that. And they just kind of, I don't think it's easy to stretch, and I don't think they knew how, and they didn't want to ask somebody, and they just kind of blew me off. So anyways, I figured out that a normal quad stretch incidentally stretches that group, and I wanted to stretch it a little bit more, and so I experimented around. And so if I wanted to crouch and take a shit normally, and I wasn't on a bike, and I was doing that stretch every day, maybe I could crouch and take a shit like a normal human being. But it's like this is a pretty interesting bridge. I wonder what the superstructure looks like. Pretty high up. Hell of a lot better than going over a log. Oh, I gotta stop and look at this map. Oh. Yeah, it looks like we're on the line. So anyways, I'm loving my stool. If this light duty one doesn't hold up, I'm gonna keep experimenting. I'll buy their more expensive one brand new, so I can do warranty claims and see if that'll work for me long term. This will be next year. I'm in REI all the time and stuff. Hopefully they do carry REI. They used to, I think. Otherwise, I'll find a retailer that I think will be good for the warranty. I'm marking this. Oh, bike, don't move. Yeah, so I'm kind of in love with my stool. I mean, I was just sitting down eating dinner last night. It didn't even feel like I was sitting on a stool. And it looks like I'm a kindergartner, or like sitting in a kindergarten chair. My knees are up high and everything, but it's more comfortable than a chair that has me lower to the ground. I'm going to call this cool campsite or trail. Oh, it's a little trail. Huh. Wow. The things you learn. Spoon Creek. It's too early to have lunch. I didn't have oatmeal until 9:30 or something, maybe 10. Yeah, we'll just keep on cruising. Cool campsite trail. Yeah, I think this is really cool looking. Some bugs taking interest in me, but it's nothing like... Okay, I'm in the geometry where the front wheel won't roll. Fucking stupid thing. Worst design ever. What the fuck? Get off me. I wish I knew what these bugs were doing. Like, sometimes you can feel them and sometimes you can't. I just don't understand. I don't know if they're up to sinister things or just seeing what I taste like out of curiosity. Getting some salt. When I start to feel it, it creeps me out. Well, those leg warmers though, holy hell, those were like a silver bullet for the bugs on the legs. I just kind of wanted some more airflow today. Maybe I'll experiment with, I just really want to spend a ton of money on gear and just not to have expensive gear, but to go through and find the things that work for me. And like leg warmers, these ones have these big seams and they try and look cool on the front. The material appears to be adequate for bugs, to where if you bought like a leg warmer at the drugstore or a full leg compression thing at the drugstore, it would be too thin and they'd be able to bite right through it. So, but I'd love to just find leg warmers where the seams don't bug you and good for everything. Not too hot, not black, maybe white ones or something. Just experiment with shit. Now, if I'm doing a bunch of that at once, I probably wouldn't mind doing returns. I generally hate returning stuff. I just give it a goodwill. But yeah. I was also looking at the Zenbivy blanket sleep system. If I could find a big enough inflatable sleeping pad for me that had a little bit of a thick skin to it. I'm not using a tent footprint unless I can like tack it on with tape in the corners so it stays on the tent. That's my requirements for a tent, is it has to be able to deploy without stakes. I have to be able to use it without stakes. And REI has one that only needs 2 stakes to pull the corners out. But I think it's Big Agnes or somebody makes one that doesn't need any stakes. They do their pulls a little bit different than REI to where it holds the corners out themselves. And so the footprint wouldn't work without stakes, right? It'd be really awkward trying to get that all the way right. But if you could tape or bond it to the bottom of the tent to give you an extra layer of protection, I'd be fine. But I still would prefer to have a thicker layer on the air mattress or use a foam thing underneath it. And then the problem is the weight of what I've got's the lightest thing. So everything I do is probably going to be heavier. That sucks. But I have 2 pillows now. If I could have 1 pillow. I just bring the big fleece with me because the bivvy may not be warm enough, so I wouldn't have to bring the big fleece if I had a warmer setup, you know. So there's probably some gains to be made. Yeah, finding a long enough tent and a long enough sleep system and everything is going to be a lot of effort to get that all nailed down properly. Now, since I'm not into tent footprints, maybe when I find one that works, I buy another tent and squirrel away in my back room. And if the thing only lasts a year because I didn't use a footprint, I could use a footprint on the new one, or you know, fix the old one and have the choice between the new one that I can take care of if depending on the situation, or kind of go ultralight with the old one. I have the parts interchangeable, so if I break a pole later, you know. Anyway, I like that. I like that kind of thing. They change designs so frequently, and it's not really for function. Just to keep being modern, you know. It's like they change the way the cars look every year, whatever. Same thing with the tents. It looks like drives me nuts. I want the same, so I can get parts and have the same experience, you know. But fuck, my Coleman tent, that thing held up really well. Really surprised, and I hardly ever use stakes too, so it was just throw my backpack in one corner, my shoes in the other, and I'd sleep diagonally across the remaining corners. Oh. I'd imagine there's a lot of bugs here. I consolidated the two deets into one. Nothing caught on fire when I did that. Somehow the pump sprayer on the other one broke off. Like the cap, the colored part of it, you know, and just the white stem part was sticking up. And if this one breaks, I can just pour the shit out and rub it on myself. I'm gonna ride without the helmet for a minute. I thought about strapping it on, but oh, the air feels so good. There's this cool air coming down the hill once in a while. If I had that blue bungee, I'd totally strap the helmet up there. Stupid. You know, the back's getting so light, maybe I could strap like the extra pillow back there, or the big fleece back there, so the handlebars, so the bike handle's better in the front. Not a bad idea. Oh, this feels so good. I don't know, I want this helmet stowed better. I want to ride without the helmet for a while. I don't know. Problem is I zig and zag so much, you know. Yeah, that's not gonna really do anything but ruin my visor. Shit. I miss my bungee. No clue what I did with that I have a blue one here that keeps the rack from bouncing. A red one here, I don't know. I think I only use the red one. Actually, maybe I could use that red one. It might also keep the rack from bouncing. The whole rack used to fucking bounce all over the place. It bothered me when I was getting the mail. And so that's when I first started putting bungees on the front. Was just hold the thing still. Oh. Stay there, little helmet. Sorry. Oh boy, I don't know if you guys can see how steep that shit gets in front of me. We're already in 2. I wonder if the jersey would perform better at wicking sweat away if I had this shirt under it. Because like the GoPro kind of interferes with the cooling on your chest. And it'd be easiest to just throw a shirt on if the bugs are bothering me. I just don't know if there'd be an advantage to keeping this one on. If they can help pull sweat out from under the GoPro better or something. I've had very poor luck with cycling pants, so I'm probably going to stick with. I'm really impressed with the leg warmers, how they did yesterday, even though I ripped one a little bit. it even took that gracefully, to be honest. So I'll probably stick with them instead of pants. Now bike commuting is a different thing, because I think with that, it's more like getting ready for riding in the rain in the morning and shit. I've always wanted a good rain pant. I've never had one. But that's a different thing. I don't think I'm gonna worry about that. I moved the toolkit a little farther up. That bracket is velcroed on there, and it let the crate slide forward till it hits. Everything seems pretty happy. The Swiss Army knife can come out of here really easily. I did my belt notch this morning. I don't know why I was putting it off. Just unzip the top and pull the knife out. It's a pretty nice little knife. It's not loaded with everything. I should show it to you guys. I buy these little attachments with a little teeny screwdriver that's screwed like it's really hard to explain. The handle of the little baby screwdriver threads into the corkscrew on the Swiss Army knife. It's the coolest deal. I'd actually like to make a little 3D printed pill to put in there that had like a Phillips, a flathead, and a Torx on it. Something like that. Be fun to play with, even if, you know, I don't know. Maybe this flat area up here, I can show you guys that knife. Ooh, look at the deep shade on the other side. Go over there. Is this the same creek or the new creek? Good place to get water. I was worried about water. I knew I wanted to do a flyby at Coho, so I decided to get water at the lake, but this would have been a good place. I haven't drank much. I wouldn't have been able to get my chores done this morning though, probably, without water. Ooh. Bro, this is about as deep as shade gets. Alright. This little knife just fits right in here. Oh, I can grab the key ring. So this is that little screwdriver. Fucking slick as snot, dude. I don't go all the way like crazy tight with it. I just go in until it's in there, because it can't go anywhere. And I like this one because it's just perfect for camping. Leather punch. So these two, having the ability to have that tiny screwdriver and not lose it, is worth it just for the corkscrew, and to have the leather punch and the corkscrew. So a lot of times you get your choice between a Phillips, and since I have the Alien tool, I don't need the Phillips. Big fatty blade, longer saw than my lumberjack. Nice little blade, even though I'm kind of set on little blades. Pretty good geometry for a can opener. A nice heavy big bottle opener. That's it. Nothing crazy stupid, you know. Nothing extra. It's a perfect little knife. I keep one of those. Sometimes I'll maybe grab one that has a different configuration, but it's always that same size. I don't like going thicker than that, because then you can't put it in your pocket if you want to. It's like retarded. Shit. I like that the helmet was on here. I think I can get away with doing that again. That was a trick. How did that trick even work? What the fuck? Oh, maybe it was this, oh, can we go over that head support thing? That's probably the way to do it. Okay. It doesn't break that, it'll hold it. Oh, I like that. That's a good trick. Over the back of your head support strap. Anyway, yeah, those Swiss Army knives are the best. It's like they're 3 layers thick, but they still cheat and put that little pen blade there for you. Because it goes main blade and saws the opposite direction, and it has the can opener, bottle opener opposing. So that's 3 main layers. And then since there's a little bit of room next to the main blade at the far end, they put a penknife there. So it's a good combo. The little one I used to keep in this kit, which I never used, I put back in my drawer. It's funny, I didn't realize I use that knife all the time to cut tags off of stuff. There's other mini scissors in that drawer, but for some reason that little tiny SAK scissor is the only one that has the balls to cut tags. I don't want to go get a real pair of scissors to cut a fucking tag off, you know? I don't like doing it with a knife either. I can do it better with the scissors, I found. I'm gonna shut this phone down then. See, I don't use SAKs very often, but it's very important to have them in your gear in the right spot for the right, like the right size SAK for the right application. I don't recall if I have one in the road bike kit. I probably do. To be honest, I'd be tempted to take it out of the road bike kit. It's nice to have the tweezers though. A lot of times I can get away with using my nail clippers for stuff, but it's tough to use them as tweezers. Oh shit, if you think about it, you could just take tweezers out of an old SAK or buy replacement tweezers on Amazon and just stick them wherever. So, no point in carrying the whole knife just for the tweezers. And that's the one downside about the Alex, like the lumberjack Alex I've got in my pocket. No tweezers or toothpick. But I love that fucker. It says 3 tools, man. A knife, a beer opener, and a saw. It's probably my favorite Swiss Army knife ever made. Just no bullshit. It's so cool. More often I carry the Great Eastern Cutlery crown lifter with just the blade and just the beer openers, 2 tools. But the Alex is lighter. Lighter, longer, and has a saw. Those fucking birds. They literally wait until you are right there. They don't do a second before or a second after. Yeah, leather punch works pretty good though. I like some of the old leather punches that look almost like a cylinder, like they're hammered into a half cylinder shape or something. But honestly, they never get the whole shape right, and you always end up just twisting it a bunch to kind of ream it. And then your belt burnishes it over the years. Just one of the things you just cannot use a knife for. You can use a very, very small knife, like maybe my gentleman's knife could do it. But the leather punch is fatter and not as big. It's just perfect. We're going into all this filtered sunshine. I might be putting the helmet back on. Like a big hill to shut me up. Huh. It looks like it's kind of trying to level back out. I don't want to give up if it's leveling back out. All right, this isn't working for me. This is too much sun. I wonder if this is the road those kids didn't want to take. I don't think this is 1,000 feet higher than Church Creek though. So either they're smoking something or it's a different road in between. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another road in between, maybe a high clearance road, you know. I think I'm going to shut the GoPro off, to be honest with you guys. I don't know. I'm conflicted because I might not have enough for tomorrow. Enough of the battery. Anyway, I'll shut it off for a while and hopefully I'll turn it on before I start descending again. Try and just take a intermittent approach to today. This is what I'll be doing though. All right, later guys. We're at about 2,000 feet. You can see the road changed in character quite a bit. And that happened about 1,700 feet down there, the last hairpin, which is extremely noticeable on the map. You can see this big cut on the map. You can see that hairpin. It's not a tight hairpin, but it is a true hairpin if you're going downhill. And I had a Cliff Bar at 12:55. I've had 2 gels since then, just to kind of, I wasn't in the sun really, but I was sweating and I knew I was going to keep pushing in these 200-foot increments. So I don't need a gel for anything else, you know. God knows I couldn't eat one for breakfast. I'll try and have one for dessert or something, but anyway, I got 1 dose left in that bottle, so it hasn't gone to waste. I wanted to turn the camera back on because we're past the highest topo line, so we're not hitting 2,200. It's the rear brake singing its song. I think this turns to the left and it's kind of a straightaway, and at the end of the straightaway there might be a lookout, so I thought it'd be cool to give you guys an update and you can see that lookout at the same time I do. And then we're going to descend and find somewhere to have lunch. I think there might be some rolling hills. I don't think we're going to do a full descent. But if we do a full descent, I might keep putting off lunch. I really want to stop and have lunch and be a good boy. But at the same time, I'm attracted to the idea of having a hangout spot, have lunch and then have dinner late there, you know. Treat myself to some noon. I had an Alka-Seltzer last night after dinner. It was kind of fun. I wish I could make it taste like 7-Up or Sprite though. I really think that'd be clever. Even just the Alka-Seltzer, even though it's got potassium in it, it still seemed like a little treat. And I didn't get heartburn. I used I think these bottles are about 20 ounces. And Alka-Seltzer is designed for 8 ounces of liquid. So I didn't quite burp. I think that 2 noon tabs in 1 bottle would probably make you burp more. Now out of my new goo tabs, 2 of those would have less potassium, that'd be good. But noon has a lot more, the tablets are heavier, best way to put it. The Alka-Seltzers dissolve super fast, do their job if you're having bad heartburn or stomachache or whatever. But yeah, I didn't burp much. It would have been nice to have a big burp. So maybe 2 noon tabs tonight. So I won't be saving it for anything as my dessert. I don't know when we're gonna finish this gel. I don't really have to finish it though. Doesn't matter. Just throw it in the crate tonight if I don't finish it. Huh. Can't see the view. There's a little spur road here though. And I'm digging it because it goes into shade, so I'm gonna actually keep going uphill for a minute. Maybe I'll hide the bike and go on foot. Yeah, no. This must have gone to an old fire lookout. Bummer town. This is a good spot to have lunch, to be honest. There really is a view. And I'll go down here just in the sticks and see if I can show you guys what's been peeking. Here's this corner. We're going that way. I wonder how boost mode does on walking. I noticed that my big steps were really bad on the standard hyper smooth. Well, on high, hyper smooth high, my walking is still yeah, you can't see this shit. What a bummer. I suppose the view from after we got out of Church Creek and we were on that road yesterday, that was probably the best view we're gonna have on the whole trip. Especially then later when we saw the lake. So this is just a different chunk of the same hills farther to the south. All right, well, I'm gonna go down that hill and hopefully it doesn't just go back uphill immediately. I think it's a descent for a while. I just can't be sure. I haven't been hawking over the elevation profile. I just need to be some climbing today. But I'm gonna keep the helmet on and go down this hill and see if I can cool off. Pretty good. God damn, I need to cool off. Go gadget bike. Ooh, feels good. Oh man. Guess I have no idea how long. If this just goes for a minute or an hour. Is that a bunny rabbit? Oh, it's one of these fucking pheasant pieces of shit. You wish you were a chicken. God, they can't be far from chickens because they can't fly for shit. Oh, you know what's funny is watching the geese try and fly. And the funny thing is, they're not flightless birds. Like, I think I've talked about this before. There's stories of loose geese when they're very young, seeing the Canadian geese land in the same field that they're in. And they take off with the Canadian geese and then you never see them again. You know, and they end up, they just, physiologically, they end up being adapted to it like the Canadian geese are. And so my geese could fly if they weren't fat, lazy fuckers. But it's really funny watching them try and fly because they, the chickens can get on the hood of the car or the roof of the car. I don't know if they can do the roof in one shot. But anyways, we got them a new chicken coop. And they cannot get to that roof, and it's about my height. So they can't get 6 feet high. Now Wanda got over a 6-foot fence, but we think she jumped from on top of the dog crate. So she was probably only doing about 3.5 feet of vertical and about 5 feet of horizontal to get to that. But I had, well, actually, I don't know. That describes it now. I think I had the fence kind of come in at the top a little bit, like a prison fence or something. And instead what I had to do is cut those pleats and open it up so it's straight up and down, and now she doesn't get out. So yeah, they can do about, if I had to pick a number, I'd say about 4 feet. They can jump with it, and they use their wings for most of it, I think. But they do a little leap and then they use their wings. But the geese can't even do 2 feet, and they just like, they try to, but they're so fat they just slam into whatever they're trying to get on top of. And they do it over and over. It's fucking hilarious. So they just waddle around, and it's when they stretch their wings, it's really impressive. I mean, they probably have a 5-foot wingspan. Big birds. Bit of trivia, I recall reading on Wikipedia the world record flight for a chicken is 33 feet, like in distance. And some of those pheasants, man, I was watching them. That's about all they got in them. They can go up though when they do it. They didn't go very far. And they're wild. They're not getting all fat. If you had I wonder if you raised a pheasant and fed it like a goose. I wonder if it could fly, or if it would become flightless. It'd probably be like a chicken, but it would probably be able to do a high jump and a longer, like be able to jump 6 feet and fly 50 or 60 feet. Whew. Yeah, this is definitely a real descent. Oh, look at this cut. Jeez Louise. Holy caboli. I wish I was up high. This is the ditch. Let's get out of the ditch. I might stop for a sec. Let's get lined up so we can leave. Good shade here. Yeah. Back into the sun. The battery charger pack thing still says 2 lights, which probably means it's greater than 50%. I don't know. I think there's different ways to program the logic for 4 lights. And I think they're all optimistic. The ones they use are all optimistic. Because then all of a sudden it's just dead. I wonder what this map says. Anything fun? Oh, which one's that? Let's see. Let's look at these. 14, 16. Yeah, so we're still descending. Oh, and then we might have to ascend a little bit. Yeah, we'll have some ascents. 14, 12. Oh yeah, we're so close to that 23 crossover intersection. I mean, it's not like the road's busy, but I was thinking once I got by the 23 crossover turn, I might have the whole place to myself. And so that's one of the places I want to get past. I don't know, I've been eating so late. I'm all fucked up. Whatever though, you know. I got 3 meals left? I think I have 3 meals left. I can use them any way I want. I was actually thinking early lunch tomorrow so I could get a sandwich at the Matlock Store and then keep on riding. Maybe get 2 of them, stick one of them somewhere and eat one and then keep riding towards the park and ride. I don't really want to ride farther than the parking ride because then it becomes this stupid situation where you either gotta go through downtown Shelton and then on Highway 3 to go home, or you gotta go north on the fucking Highway 101, like Freeway 101. And so if I knew I was riding home, I'd probably sit and look at a map for half an hour right now. I got choices I can make. I can cut up that 23 crossover and go back over and come out the way I came up, which would be great. It'd be a good way to go, and it would put me where I wouldn't have to ride on the highway. So that's probably what I would do. Oh, I wonder if she got my text. Oh, I'm descending again, aren't I? Oh man, hope it went out. Hope it went out. Maybe when I'm in the Canyon River Canyon. That's a fun name. Maybe when I'm in that, it'll shoot a text to the Montesano Tower again or something. You know, she might even have replied and I wouldn't even have seen it. Wow. This damn phone blinding me. Is this a rock fall? Oh, it's like they fixed a pothole. Huh. I see some shade up here. Yeah, but if I go out towards the Matlock Store and then she's like, sorry, I'm not coming, puts me in a spot where the best way to get out of it is to ride on the freeway for 5 or 10 miles. And that lets me take the pretty cutoff road, which is the Skokomish Valley Road turns into the pretty cutoff road. Yeah, so yeah, we're doing something weird here, and then we're crossing a topo line, crossing the 1600, so that means we're going up past 1600. No, wait. I've already passed it. Oh, yeah. So if I passed it once, Oh no, I'm full of shit. We're gonna descend past 1600. Oh, that's nice. What am I feeling? Is there proboscis on me or something? The bugs have been tolerable. I don't know if this is because I've gotten used to their behavior. I still feel like there's less of them than there were when we were on the Skokomer side. They seemed really annoying over there. I've seen a couple of the big half-inch fuckers, but there's been like smaller ones of them that are brown that have been more frequent. But still not anywhere near like when we were over there. And this is about when I would expect them to be the busiest. I got pretty lucky at the campground last night and this morning with bugs. No big deal. I do think if you're out here and it's a particularly bad bug weather for whatever reason, they seem to clock out at 8 o'clock. So keep that in mind. And it's also about 8 a.m., you know. So you can plan your day a little bit. If the bugs are just tearing you apart, you can go farther. Keep moving until 8. Makes lunch tricky, but I did lunch yesterday in the middle of the fucking trail, I think, and it was fine. I couldn't believe they were more interested in me than the food. So it's weird. Yeah, I wish I had something to make 7-Up. I wonder if you had like a lemon lime goo tablet and you put 2 Alka-Seltzers in a goo in 1 water bottle. Ooh, that might work. I still think the Pocari Sweat or something, like, it doesn't have a very strong sweet taste though, I've heard. Oh, I ordered this shit and then I canceled it when I found out it wasn't carbonated. Like, something that was faintly like 7-Up or carbonated would really be cool. An Alka-Seltzer has just a tiny hint of citrus flavor and the citric acid they use. But it's really not. Really, I think that the acidity from the carbon dioxide formed is the main flavor in Alka-Seltzer, to be honest. And so it just needs that lemon lime. If you use the goo tab, it would also help with the carbonation a little bit. It wouldn't be too sweet. You wouldn't be getting a bunch of that fake sugar. Get the shits or whatever. Because it's interesting. These are tools to keep in your toolkit, you know, and they're light and they last forever. It'd be cool if you could just like make a treat with them. But my treat tonight is probably just 2 noon tabs. But really, I crave fucking 7-Up. I actually crave soda when I'm out here a lot. I could have used some beer last night, but also I wouldn't have had any restraints if I had, I don't know, I can't imagine bringing 4. I can imagine bringing 1. But I would have drank all of them last night. Oh, that might be fun. You could do like a 7 and 7, like a Seagram 7 and 7. If you had some Seagram shooters and you made it like a crazy Alka-Seltzer goo tab 7-Up. That might be trick. That might be good. I wonder if people have articles. They probably do have articles on backpacker mixology. I've just never searched for it. I should. Sounds like a fun topic, to be honest. Like both soft drinks and hard drinks, it sounds like a lot of fun. I'll tell you what's not fun is that Dad's root beer mix that my wife bought. It doesn't even carbonate, it just fucking makes it taste like cheap ass fake root beer flavoring. Oh, I had to pour it out, dude. It's terrible. I can't even, this sunshade thing here is like patterning with the potholes. I can't tell what the fuck's going on. Lots of ripples in this road though. I don't know if it's drainage or stuff. Ugh. Jeez. Now what? Why are we all dark here? Yeah, no. It's okay. Oh, this car just... Before I turned the GoPro on, it said it only had an hour and 47 left. And that's probably all you guys are getting today. And hopefully I finish before it runs out, but I'll be swapping the card tonight or tomorrow, and I might try and get every little bit of juice out of the other power bricks. Wait, I'm only one power brick besides this one. I was thinking, that's what I was thinking. I should unplug this battery, let the GoPro die on its own, and then try and recharge the GoPro a little bit from the other power brick. Since it's such a small battery, maybe I'll be able to do it. You know how you leave a battery sitting and it has a little bit extra juice after a few hours? It'll be nice to kind of cheat that power brick and get one more GoPro charge out of it. That's about an hour of footage. Oh, maybe I'll do that. I'll just unplug this thing right now. I'll look down and make sure it's still on. So, I'll swap the card tonight and try and charge the battery. And then we'll just run everything until it dies tomorrow. We'll be battery limited tomorrow for sure. I brought a whole bunch of cards. So the important thing is I've got a 256 with me, and that'll handle about 10 hours. Between 10 to 12 hours, depending on the bit stream and where you're at and what the scenery is. At 2.7K 30. Now with this 512 card, I might be able to do shit like this in 4K if I had more of them. I think anything bigger than 512 is kind of crazy. But the 512 does seem like a decent size for 4K. I would like to stop. I think switching to 2.7 is a bad habit of mine. But the benefits to the fucking storage is just amazing. You really, if you go below 2.7, it doesn't get any better. But at 2.730, it's 4 hours per 64 gigs. Does that make sense? Am I talking shit? Yeah, because this 512 holds 24 hours, is that right? Yeah, I think I'm right. And that's a fucking good compromise solution for all day bikepacking shit. Yeah, I just feel like right now, the 4K is just a little tough. I think that if you went to bigger cards to overcome that, I think those bigger cards are probably going to have lifetime issues. I think the smaller cards are probably more reliable overall. And losing a 1 gig card or 1 terabyte card, that would be devastating. Well, actually, I'd be pretty devastated losing this 512 gig card this trip, to be honest. It's going to be 90% of my footage. That's really scary. I don't know. Maybe I should use the 256s and just use the 512 if I run out. Or if I'm doing a century ride, I could do the 512. Well, now the other thing is, if you leave the card in the camera and never take it out, you can have less card failure issues. That, you know, if you only just use it, format it, without ever removing it from the camera, that's the best shot at having a good life for the card. So that would be the biggest argument for a 1 terabyte card, is just never taking it out of the camera. And you get home and you cloud upload. Now, unfortunately, the GoPro Cloud's the weekend of fucking link for this. You know, they can't even throw us a phone. They should have a $10 a month plan with like faster bandwidth, and they send you a 1 terabyte card. That should be a deal they do. Because most of us, if you really are into using your GoPro, we would all take that deal, every one of us, and we would use it for probably the rest of our lives, unless they suddenly became shitty. But right now, it's $5 a month, and it's shitty. And so when it works, it's a dream, but it doesn't work. It only works about half the time. Sometimes a particular video will take 4 failed uploads to get uploaded. And it's just so depressing, especially if you're trying to ride a bike 3 days a week and you want the fucking camera. Now, the most practical thing is to have 2 cameras so one can be uploading all the time. But how fucking stupid is that? You know? Just fix your bandwidth issues. GoPro, fix your bandwidth issues. Jeez. Now, cloud upload though from the camera is fucking tits when it works. They don't even advertise it right. Like, it stitches your videos together. It's like the #1 most searched thing for GoPros. How do I edit GoPro videos together? And their fucking apps don't even do it anymore. Used to be able to do it in some PC app. It's not supported anymore. Is this the X over? This is the X over. 23 to the left. Damn, that was fast, son. So yeah, man, cloud upload. It uploads from the fucking card, stitches it together into one seamless 4K video, and on their website you click download original 4K video, and it gives you the whole thing in one file. You download it to your external hard drive, upload it to YouTube. Now the other thing that would help, they have a share to YouTube thing. It only does it in 1080. So for that $10 a month plan, or even a $50 a month plan, I don't fucking care, I'd pay it. If I had a job, I would pay it no matter what it was. Would be, once you have that 4K video uploaded and stitched together in the GoPro Cloud, if the share to YouTube, if it has share to YouTube 1080, share to YouTube 4K. That's how you make money, GoPro. We would all be handing you our fucking money instead of just buying a camera every 5 years. And it's so simple, because you're probably using Amazon Web Services for all your bandwidth shit. So like, you just figure out how much it costs you, and then double it and charge us that a month. And send us a 1 terabyte card to get us hooked. And there you go. Fucking idiots. The worst part is no one listens to me. If I had 1 million subscribers, I would be harping on their fucking ass about this shit. Yeah, this is the road less traveled now. Stoked. Even though I saw that whole road, I saw that one truck that might have been associated with Wynoochee, had some sort of sticker on the side, and I can't remember what it said, but it was a Toyota, little Toyota. So I don't know if it was just some guy in his work truck, or if it was a vehicle that was associated with the dam or something. I saw him, and then I saw a motorcycle. I don't really remember seeing anyone else. There might have been a couple other trucks. I wasn't paying attention because, of course, there's trucks below or at Wynoochee, and then all of a sudden it just tapers off. So, but after I shut the camera off, a motorcycle went by me up the hill. And that's the only vehicle that you guys missed. But now we're on an even slower road. God damn it, GoPro. Now that I figured all that out and set it and got it all worked out in my head, I'm pissed. Why can't you guys run your business right? It's about the customer. It's not about competing with the other Chinese cameras and shit that are coming out, which is what you're doing. It's about the fucking customer. And these customers use your GoPro, like so much of their life ends up being centered around it, you know? Everything you buy, everything you do centers around the fucking camera, like it or not. Now I try and really just use it as just a fucking tool and not even think about it, but still, I mean, I had to develop that way to stitch the videos together when it won't upload, or when their stitching fails and it won't let me download it. I spend a lot of time on those tricks because I don't want to spend my time editing. All that shit would evaporate if they just were customer focused on the workflow, like how do our customers use our cameras? Oh, imagine that. What a question to ask. How do our customers use our cameras? Oh, well, they shoot themselves doing skateboarding things and they just want to put it on Instagram for 10 seconds. No. No one does that. No one uses your quick bullshit. Epic shot, bro. No one uses that. They all end up with too much fucking footage. They don't know what to do with it. And YouTube could really help us out with its editor. Because if GoPro had all this shit figured out, it'd be great for long format people like me that want to do big uncut things. But if you wanted to cut it down, the YouTube editor takes too long to process 4K. And so maybe if GoPro worked out like at this premium subscription, and this should be like for journalists, this should be like for heavy users, like this 50 a month or 10 a month, whatever it ends up being. They could have a thing where you get like priority YouTube processing on your editing. Wouldn't that be cool? Or edit in the GoPro website, but I'm not asking for the world. They can hardly get the basic features to work, so I just want to ask for speed improvements at this point. And the share to YouTube at 4K, which should just be a setting they flip. But yeah, I guess if they're looking for stuff to do, they should do it editing so we can do it in the GoPro website on the Amazon servers or whatever. And not have to deal with YouTube, because YouTube has to verify all your changes to make sure you didn't put kiddie porn in it or something. And it takes like a week to verify a long 4K video. And so if you're trying to hit deadlines, it's almost impossible. But I don't have any other options. I have to wait, because I'm not going to like edit that somehow. Now, one thing I do want to do is figure out a macro to chop out sections. I think I can do that pretty easy. I can just do it from the command line, so I can join the video together with my normal one, and then later I can go chop out like the 2 or 3 sections where I was talking about kiddie porn, so I don't get in trouble, for instance. Or if you use a bad word or something when you're road raging at somebody or whatever, or show somebody like somebody you know on the screen, on the video, and you want to cut it out. There's all kinds of reasons to have to cut out a few seconds of stuff. On YouTube, it takes a week. So maybe on the text thing, after I have the video done. Ideally, you'd want to do it all at the same time, but I don't want to have to be a programmer, so I want to have one to join it all, or I could trim it first. Well, you could use if you had a trimming one, like a batch file saved, you just went and edited each time what the time codes were. You could trim before you join, and then you'll have one named output on MP4, and you rename that Like you rename the original one, like uncut or something, after the number, and then you rename output to that one's original name. And then when you run your joiner, it'll join the cut one in. So that's probably an easy way to do it. That'd probably be the minimal computing power method. I do need to do that for my Century ride because there's a guy with a big diesel truck, and I may or may not have used a word that starts with an F and ends with a T with some G's in the middle. I think that is, I don't know. It's the word I grew up using, and I do think that it's pretty easy for me to apply it to some truck owners. So I don't blame myself, but I still think, and also YouTube doesn't have a problem with it as far as I know. There was some famous case where people tried to get someone canceled that uses it. Oh, I think it was Steven Crowder, who is just a fucking pandering conservative now. When he first got started, he kind of had a common sense approach to some things, but he really found out that the harder you lean, just like Rush Limbaugh or anyone else, it's the same old fucking story. They find a format that works, but then they find out their videos, when they talked about something controversial and conservative, got 100 times as many views, you know? But yeah, someone tried to cancel him for using that F word. And to my surprise, he came out unscathed, and YouTube was like, nope, we don't have a problem with it. Now, I still don't think I want to be using that word in my videos. So I gotta go edit out a fucking 10-hour video. I gotta edit out 3 seconds. And that would take an extra probably fucking 10 days on YouTube. After I hit save, it would take 10 days before, maybe even 2 weeks before it was done being processed. So annoying. What's up with that ride? I think that ride's already up on GoPro. I just don't have the room to download it because I was doing that Natchez Pass video. It's 250 gigs. Which, as soon as that's on YouTube, I don't need, I'll have a ton of space on the hard drive. Now this big card has another advantage. I can keep it in the computer in the SD card reader, and I can use it as an external drive just for processing videos. Because sometimes if you put all the videos in the drive, you don't have enough room on the drive to copy them all again. And so I can copy them all to the SD card and then upload it and then clear the SD card. I can keep the originals on the hard drive if I want to for a few days until everything's hunky-dory. This is what I mean by what do GoPro users, how do they interact with your stuff? And more time is spent conniving away to get the fucking thing to work after they've shot their footage than actually shooting the footage. Even for me, even though I try and be, well, maybe not for me. My goal is definitely the hours of footage versus hours of effort. I want to maximize that ratio towards the hours of footage. Have the least manpower put into processing it possible. So I do a lot more conniving because I want to do a lot less editing, I suppose. Well, this is how my day is going to go. I'm just going to keep cruising down here until I find a campsite. I have a place labeled on the map, which is pretty much as far south as you can go. So when the camera cuts out, you guys aren't going to be missing much. Maybe I'll stop and 2 things I want to check. The first is I'll use my other phone. This is a good shade spot on a flat. See if I hit zoom out here. That's the crossover. Oh, this one doesn't have it. Okay, so I have to use the other phone. I like to be on 16:17, which means a super zoom of 16. I'm gonna have to pull up Google Maps. That's what my second thing is, to see the difference. Google Maps shows you get to these places where Simpson and the National Forest have divvied up the land in a checkerboard, and the National Forest tends to do that when they're building these agreements. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't matter. I'm on the road. So I labeled the place that appeared to be, I don't know if you guys can see my phone, Camp Night 3. Okay, so I'm here, that's Camp Night 3. And I think that's the southern boundary of the forest. And we were here at the 23X over just a minute ago. So you see how it isn't too far. But the problem is, I don't know how I can, Google Maps, this looks different. I was dumb enough to not swap to, maybe this shape here might be distinctive. I was on satellite view the whole time and I didn't think to switch to default to see what's green and what's not. Because when you get down here, yeah, see that? Okay, so it's a weird shape too. There's that distinctive shape in the Canyon River. Oh, yep, I'm right on, dude. Shows that road over there. Maybe. Does it show my road? That's probably in the middle. Oh yeah, right there. So yeah. The zoom's the same. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that just so I have it. In case I need it later. Yes, that's as far south as I can go in the forest. And so I'll be transiting through Simpson land down to Cook Reload tomorrow. But that sounds fun today. If I find a super sweet campsite between here and there, I'd probably be inclined to do it. And that's at 700 feet or something. Where are we at now? On feet. It says 860. I think they're full of shit. Yeah. Maybe 860. We're below 1,000. Alright, so that's the plan. This road ain't gonna change. I'm gonna shut the GoPro off and not plug it in. And I might show you guys the campsite when I get there before I take the camera off. But no promises. But that's my my plan right now. Down the road. Later. It's quite a trip. Every once in a while you get to these really wide areas. And all I could think is that this must have been, these must be for, like this one would have had on the left and the right little rail lines that came out from the main line for dropping cars off or picking cars up or something. And the other theory, there was one a while back, and it might have been for putting water in the steamers. Water in the boilers, whatever. But yeah, this is definitely an old rail bridge. How cool is this? Whew. What a trip. But yeah, what a fucking cool road. And you know that it's like, I sure hope I don't have to go back up it. It's not like a climb going back up it, but this is definitely downhill. Kind of like yesterday where I was just cruising, not paying attention and missed my turn. This is downhill like that, where I'm in gear 7. I'm not really flying, but I'm just casually riding along. And so hoping not to go back up it, but it's just a fucking pleasure. This has actually been a lot of fun. I saw one truck too. It's a blue Toyota out here. I don't know if they're getting firewood or doing F-word stuff or what they're doing. But they pull over for me. I was flying down, I had a big smile on my face. They ended up getting over for me. I was looking for a spot to pull over, but it was kind of narrow there. And then they pulled over before I could find a spot. It was funny. So, thank you guys. Is this paved? Get the fuck out of here. This is paved. Oh, it's because of the bridge. Wow. I feel like it's all just for me. I really do. I highly recommend this. There's a lot of potholes in your car, but you could still do it even in like a WRX or something, probably. Probably better to do it in a standard clearance Subaru though. These potholes are typical, but some of them you can't get around. Yeah, this seems like a local secret to me. I sure hope we can get all the way through the Cook Reload without any threatening signs. That's the other reason to get down to that campsite tonight, is that's about where a sign would be if they didn't want you leaving the forest through here. But I think that the Simpson and the Forest Service play pretty nice together. I think over the next 100 years, the Forest Service is probably going to buy a lot of their land up. That's what I get from the checkerboard agreement, is like, both with Weyerhaeuser and with Simpson, I think it's a transitional area where the ones that, the grids that were recently logged, or they do is like 40-year leases, 60-year leases or something. And so Simpson still owns those leases or something like that. I would kind of expect those checkers to all turn green over time as Weyerhaeuser or Simpson fulfill their leases and log it again and then hand it over to the government, especially at the borders. I don't know what's going to ultimately happen with Green Diamond's land. But yeah, I think that's what the checkerboards mean to me. And they probably work together on managing them a little bit, since one day it'll be the Forest Service's. I wonder if anyone's written about that online, or if they're, yeah, I don't know. It's weird to think about. I'd love to get the fucking Green Diamond permit. They have permits for hunting, and they allow you to camp. Like, you aren't required to hunt. So I think it'd be fun to bring a gun and not use it. Because, like, what the fuck am I? Like, I'm gonna find deer and kill it, you know? Unless I was shit-faced and the thing walked in front of my tent. Probably not hunting deer. Yeah, to come out here and pretend to hunt. And also, the thing is, they're year-round permits, because all the different seasons for different animals. And so you could figure out when the least busy times of year are for the other people. There's only like 100 of these permits, and you gotta do a lottery for them or whatever, you know. Figure out when the slowest times of year are so you don't end up getting shot by someone during modern deer hunting season. I feel like it's pretty late though. Is there two? One in spring, one in the fall? I think, anyways, I feel like the busy one, I feel like it's pretty late in the year. And I don't really want anything to do with that. We have a lot of dipshits trying to hunt. But that's different, you know. Simpson limits the number of people, so it should always be less crowded. And you could just hang a big orange tarp up next to your campsite. But anyway, since I don't have that when I go on the road through Simpson land, I just gotta keep my blinders on and keep riding. Gonna be honest about it, I'm not trying to trespass. I do think they let us use the roads, I'm not 100% sure. Now obviously with the mountain bike, I'm willing to do some sketchy stuff. Like ignore some signs and go past some gates. But you never know if they've had a big problem with it and put up some really aggressive signage. And I have a game camera there. I might be inclined to turn around. And I'd just like to know if that's the case or not, so I don't have to worry about it. And it looks like we're getting down there quick today, so. Oh. Yeah, this is a fucking fun road. Most potholes you can go all the way around too. There hasn't been any areas where you're trapped. This might be one. Now that spot's just wide from pothole avoidance. That's not one of the wide spots I was talking about. I'm talking wide, so you can fit 2 or 3 trains next to each other. That's what I get from it. Oh, that's what it is. This is a rail grade. That's why it's such a nice road. Even the dips and shit that have developed in the last 40 years or whatever. No, they were doing Cook Reload in the 90s. Was that 40 years ago? How old am I? No, that's not. I saw one guy was searching for it, and because I knew it was Cook Reload because that's what it was called at the rally service. And we knew that was a Simpson name. Okay, and so I was searching. I was reading about Camp Grisdale. You know, because Dave mentions it. And he also mentions it in his book when you're going to Wynoochee. That's why I was reading about Camp Grisdale, and I was like, oh, I wonder about Cook Reload. I found a guy that was working on trains or driving trains or something, and he mentions taking logs at a Cook Reload in 1994 or something. And he seemed to indicate that was one of the last. I think they have a video of that or something. And he said this is the last footage from Cook Reload or something. I don't know, whatever. He's selling DVDs of that footage now because it suddenly became historically. He sounds like he's surprised to be old, and he's like, somehow this footage is now historically significant, so I'm offering it to you for $20 or whatever. It was pretty funny. I'd like to buy it too, but in those cases, I like to see an Amazon link. I don't like dealing with people's fucking little shitty storefronts anymore. I get my credit cards stolen enough as it is. Mainly from the college, though, I think. I'm paying cash this semester for the fucking parking fees and shit. Olympic College's cashier thing is like the Iraqi Navy. Fuck. So, anyway. Cook Reload. It's where they transfer the logs from the trucks to the trains or the trains to the trucks. And it depends on where it is, what they're doing. A lot of times they're bringing the logs to the trains, and the trains take them all the way to the mill. And so they build this railroad out in the different directions, and then just feeder logs down to those terminuses. And we're talking like mile long in the old days, like a mile long train or something, with probably not that long, but the reload they built is fucking long and wide, so they can have a bunch of simultaneous loading happen. They probably build it for a mile long train and they just never use a mile long train. That's what I would suspect. There is also a guy that was in the railroad history and came out here and spent weeks out in Simpson land hunting down all railroads and trains and shit. That's a really good read online. I don't think you could do a lot of it today because the weeds are so overgrown in a lot of places. It's been so much longer since he did it. Probably in like 2005 or something. Wowza, am I going past my thing? I should stop in the shade. This seems like Simpson land. Oh man, I went by it. Ha! How funny is that? Well, I didn't see any gates, did you? So we've ameliorated that concern. This one doesn't have the spot on the map. That's why I missed it. I was looking for a red triangle to show up. The default marker is a red triangle. All of a sudden I see these little trees up here that have been planted. So yeah, I'll bet you guys are probably already seeing that perfectly. When those trees get cut down, that's probably going to be the end of the lease. They're probably going to do that coinciding with the end of the lease, and this was planted with that in mind. And afterwards, the Forest Service will probably get the land. I'll bet you. Let's just hope there's not a government shutdown that year. There's a tree line, and I'm not all fucked up. But this road seems to fly, though. It'll fly tomorrow. 3:15, you know, it's worth skipping lunch for. So I think it's okay to be on this road. I think that there's agreements in place with the Forest Service. So I'm not trespassing until I go off the road. I'm not sure how universal that's true. I know one thing, Simpson and the Forest Service isn't telling you about how it works. Let's leave the GoPro on for a couple more minutes. Look how dark it is there in the actual forest area. Even though we're next to a riparian zone, this place is still hella brighter than in the actual forest. That's flat too. I picked a flat area right at the border. I can ride now. I have to go about 100 yards by the tree line. I think that Simpson leaves a border, a little bit of a border between. I just don't know how big it is. Could be 10 feet. That's probably just to avoid cutting down federal trees in an accident. Well, this is where the bike's going to lay down for now. I'll look around here. back out of this, close that. I don't know where I'm going to be, but I'll find something. All right, later. It's out on the Misery. I rode back up the hill until 3:30. That's the road at the very bottom in the dark spot. I doubt you can see it. This is some old road cut. And I'm gonna camp up at quite a ways, to be honest, but the bike ain't going much farther, so. Fuck me, this is such a stupid idea. The bugs are very insistent here too, but the other places I saw down there were all very close to the river as well, and some of them were close to mud puddles, and so I figured I would come up here. Now the bike is going just to this next blowdown. Because, well, how about right here? Just because, all right? And I already carried the backpack up there, unfortunately. Which means I have to carry all this stupid shit by hand. And I'm not happy about it, but it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I just need that fleece. Yeah, that one, that's it. Blinky light fell off the backpack, so it's in here now. There's nothing in there I can't replace. I won't need the helmet and gloves if someone steals the bike. Oh, I'm dying, you guys. I'm gonna come back for the I should see if I can, since I'm carrying all the other loose shit, I'll bring the water filter with me too. I got my own private water source up here and everything. That's why I'm so excited about it. So I'll leave the big tote. I'll bring that up. Oh fuck, what about the stool? I'm running out of fingers and toes here. I gotta get moving, these bugs are just lethal. Alright, here we go. Maybe I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to drop first. I'm going to have to just wash my glasses when I get up there because the sweat dripping has already started. Try and keep this brief and show you guys this. So none of this stuff, well, just the bug spray is scented. So I'll take a, whew. I'm just thinking bullshit. I'm gonna have a cache at the water source. That's where the tote's gonna be. But all this other shit's coming up with me. It must be hot out because I'm sweating like fucking crazy. I might be bonking, but what's the matter when I found where I'm gonna stay. show you guys this. You couldn't do it if you had real gear. Nice stuff. You couldn't camp up here. You won't be able to drive stakes either because they built this road out of 6-inch gravel and then covered it with this other gravel. So the sides, you know, they look soft. I think there's 8 of them blowdowns. That's 1. This whole assemblage here is 2. 3. I might not even count that one. 3. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Just get my head checked. I can have a noon drink though when I'm up here if I want to. Okay, I can hear my water on the left. So the cache location is where I'm going to eat lunch and dinner. That's here-ish. There's water to my right and my left. I don't know how to get to it yet. And so I'll probably be sitting right here somewhere. Water filter. I'll bring the pillow. Oh yeah, I'll leave the shovel here too. I'll bring the pillow and the sleeping stuff and the bug spray with me up to where I'm going to put the tent. I'll have breakfast up at the tent probably, but I don't want to eat dinner there. Make a bunch of food smells. I might think about doing a hang down there, but the idea was the cache down there. And so, since I'm pretty pissed off at the bear hangs lately, now it gets quiet up here, but the problem is the mosquitoes show up. I don't know what it's going to be like. Where's my bag? Oh, it's up there farther. That's one spot. I could camp there. I must have been happier up here. Must be a little wider. The road doesn't really flatten out, so you gotta be on the side of the road. I think I'm gonna be here, heads up. Okay, so I'll put the pillow here. And then I'll put bug spray on and grab the noon. I'm gonna put the noon in my pocket. Start heading back down. Okay, anyway. Yeah, camping here on the left. The road keeps going up. It might have better spots up there, but you know, fuck me. I've already gone over 200 feet up to this, so that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. Morning, you guys. This is the road I went up last night, and I just wanted to show you guys a few things. First of all is this sign over here. I know you're probably down in the bushes more, but 2368, it's got a name and everything. And then I didn't take the bike that far up, and no one stole it. I don't even think anyone drove by here all night, to be honest. I brought the cache down and put it by the bike all the way at the bottom instead of going by the water source, and I couldn't get water there. It was, well, I could have, but it was a bit of a hike down the hill. This is a gear burrito I do sometimes in the morning. I wish I was smart enough to think about it at night. But in the morning, all my shit's on the tarp, and when the bike is a mile away or the bear hang is a mile away, I'll just transport everything like that, and it works really well. I kind of brought everything up the hill piecemeal last night, and it was a lot of work. So the water source I had is down here, so it's north of 2368, and I'm going to turn the GoPro on and show it to you guys. It crosses the road down here, and it's super nice down here. I actually wish I would have camped there. The only caveat is it looks like it's popular with game, and so I didn't hear a big noise all night up top, but you can see where people were, either people or people looking for game or game are going through there. So I'm going to jimmy rig this stuff on here and get down there. I'm going to do my dish. I didn't do my dishes last night. I'm going to wash my jersey. I've already got water. I came down last night, walked down there and got water after I was already set up camp. I hid in my tent until the bugs were gone about 8 o'clock, and almost 7 now, so they're going to be back soon. So we're going to head down there and try and get done with all that shit by 7:30 and give myself some time. These bees, little fucking bees, were just driving me insane, and I finally just got in the fucking tent with my shoes on, and just with the 2 pillows of my shoes on, and just laid there until 8 o'clock, from 5:30 to 8. It was pretty nice seeing those bees tink off the screen. It's really good tent. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna mosey down to the water source. I'll catch up with you guys when I'm done. Yeah, so up here is the culvert that crossed that old road that's been abandoned, and that's where I was gonna put my cache. I called that my private water source on the other side of the road there. But it was a little bit of a hike down. I camped farther up there, so really far up that road. I slept great. Well, I didn't sleep great. I never sleep great, but the location was fine. I got some sleep. The only problem was it was a little too steep of a hill, and I was sliding down. I'd wake up and realize I was a foot from the head end of the tent, you know. And so the water runs all the way down here, and then here it's pretty good for getting water or washing stuff. And then I'll jump down here. Pretty big culvert there. It's bigger than 6 feet diameter. It's probably 8 foot and squished down. It looks about 6 feet tall right now, but you can see it looks like it's squished a bit. So there's the rig I'll put together. I got the jersey on the back to dry. It'll be 85 today, so by the time I put that jersey on, I probably won't mind it being a little wet. I couldn't really get it clean. It's about as good as I get the sleeves, so I didn't scrub everything. I scrubbed one spot on the back on a rock. It got dirtier, and then once I cleaned the rock, it started to get better, but I wasn't very interested in doing that for long. I actually think some kind of a washboard would be a good thing to bring with you. Now, last time I didn't even think of the rock thing, and the wife was like, oh, you should just use a rock, but you know, the rocks are dirty. And so then you're cleaning this rock just so you can do your shirt. And well, there's something about those old washboards. They have like a I don't know if they're galvanized. I don't remember seeing them rusty. Maybe they're not steel. But because there's some sort of surface, either it was oxidation. I just went up the game trail, this little blowdown is blocking it. Oh, come on. And then I'll show you the other side of the road. There's a game trail over here too. So this is another game trail, but it's kind of blocked. That's also where they put in the culvert. So it's probably more of a game trail as it's evidence from when they dug the ditch. And then there's a little trail right here in front of me. A little game trail that runs down to the creek over there. And so that's a good place. I was going to go down there until I looked on the other side of the road. Now where I had the bike parked, I think I could have pitched a tent there. It would have been flatter. And the creek noise, you know, my earplugs, I threw away my earplugs because they weren't really working anymore. I don't know what I did to them. They don't go bad if they sit in a paper case, but for some reason, I got all kinds of shit in my chain. A bunch of shit. Anyway, I'm gonna walk for a minute because I lost a bungee ball. And it's one of the black ones. I don't have any more of those. The only thing I really need the black ones for is for holding the stool onto the bike. I might have a few I can repurpose. The other ones, the black and white ones, I always use for everything. I bought like 100 pack of those when we were doing the shade cloth for the chicken coop originally. And I've got a bunch of those left, but shit, there's just all kinds of junk on the bike. Hoping most of it fucks off when I start riding. It's all grassy. Look for a bungee ball here until we get to that road, and then we're just out of here. I have a bad habit of leaving them hanging next to the bottle cage on the frame when it's laying on the ground. I should always put them on the handlebar, because then when you pick the bike up, you're like, oh wow, there's bungee balls here because they're hitting your hand, you know. I moved the cup and spoon and oatmeal and the lid to the front basket, and I put the fleece and my towel and my rain shell in the tote. I'm not looking. I should just forget about the bungee ball. Maybe I'll stop where I laid the bike down, but I'm not even looking, so what the fuck's the point? It's all downhill. I don't know, the GoPro's probably going to do fine today. First of all, I mean, the ride was quick yesterday, and second of all, I was kind of careful with the battery yesterday. My little claim about wishing I had a place to hang out all day was fucking stupid, because there's just bugs there. That's why I had to hide my tent for those. First of all, I mean, I didn't have lunch. I had late lunch at 5:30, which ended up being dinner. I just hid in my fucking tent till 8 o'clock. So yeah. It's interesting to think about that when you're planning your distances. If you get to a really great place and the bugs are just so fucking bad you can't even live there, what do? I would love to have one of the mosquito nets you hang from a tree and eat lunch under it and shit, but I have to lay down in mine. I don't think I have the visual acuity to see that bungee ball even if I was looking for it. Unless it was right where I laid the bike down, I'd be able to see it. That's okay, the stool's on there. I can figure something else out. I should probably be using those ski clamps for the stool. It'd work better than the bungee balls. I just had these bungee balls laying around and it worked. Like every time I needed something, they just worked for it. And so I just started using them. Am I here yet? No? Close. Where's that sign? That back brake's pretty loose. 2368 sign. Hello? It's really funny this road's marked because so many things aren't marked. And like I was really commenting in Eastern Washington how bad it was. Yeah, I was obviously right here. Everything's all trampled down. I don't see anything. I'm so fucking blind, it's just a waste of time. You know, the bear spray I could have found if I would have used my brain. That wasn't my eyes, that was my brain. But that bungee ball, that's an eyes thing, it's just not worth it. The bell finally fell off. It's in the tote. Ooh, what am I doing here? I think we're good. All the brush fell out. My drivetrain. I need to have breakfast somewhere. I just didn't want it to be there. I wanted to gamble with a different place. So I didn't have, maybe there's a slim chance there won't be bees there. But yeah, I'll try and eat breakfast here in the next 10 minutes. See if I can wrap it up by 8 o'clock. I'm not sure. I pumped water last night, but I'm not sure. I drank a ton of it, and a little bit less than a half tank on the Camelback. But honestly, you know, night and in the morning, and I'll have to wash dishes, I'll use the Camelback water for that. Night and in the morning is when you use the most water, I think. You can't like save your full Camelback for the next day's ride. It doesn't work because you'll end up just being super dehydrated. I tend to do that a little bit. I'm usually a little dehydrated. That's a big pothole. Huh. I think I went through the mud there yesterday. Skirting the outside of them seems to work pretty good. It's like they build them up. The edge is taller than the road, and so if you just go inside a little bit, it's like elevation neutral. I was thinking maybe here, but there's this ditch. I think there's one more dark spot coming up. I like to be just in the little dark areas for some reason. I'm really drawn to them. Now, if there's plenty of spots like this where you can camp on the side of the road, But I didn't want some drunk to come through here 100 miles an hour. You know? And so, that watering hole I was at, just when I turned the camera on, you know, the drunks aren't getting you there. So, that would have been cool. Wouldn't have had to bash up the hill. I didn't really bring the bike up that far, but still, I wore myself out last night doing that shit. Boy, that allure of the trail, or see that, oh, there's an old fire road. I must go see what's up it. It's a powerful call. It's interesting it's still so muddy here, because we haven't seen any mud on this trip. Very, very few places. And Capitol was very dry last weekend. Last week, I guess. My Capitol ride was a week ago tomorrow. Super nice doing shit during the week. And I used to, when I worked at Home Depot, the first year, or maybe only 6 or 8 months, I was, you had to work every weekend. It's like most retail jobs. But I loved it. And I closed on the weekends. So I'd get home at 1 a.m. and a lot of times there'd still be a party going on. And I didn't have to be in till like 3 the next day or something crazy, I don't know. And it was hour lunches, so it'd be 2 to 10 or 3 to 11. And so it was probably 3 to 12 or 3:30 to 12:30, I can't remember which. Now right here before we get off Simpson land, there's a little dark spot. I don't think there's a mud puddle. I think this is where we're gonna have breakfast. Oh yeah. Well, it's easy to get the stool off. Just one bungee ball and a little bit of Velcro. It's all dirty. Thing's covered in pitch. I'm probably just gonna leave the camera on. This isn't gonna take very long. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. A lot of times I forget the water, but I'm gonna use the Camelback. I'd say 90% of the time I sit down and forget to get the water off the bike. I want to use a bottle. Oh, I am forgetting a garbage bag. It's okay. Just stick these in my cargo pocket and well, hopefully the bees don't like me too much. You know, this stuff needs to sit longer to be good. I mean, you can just eat it right away, but the couscous is ready in a fucking jiffy, and this stuff needs to sit a little longer. I put too much water in yesterday too. I'm gonna do it again. I normally like to get it to where the water's over the oatmeal, but that's at home, and yeah, that's not enough yet. we go, huh? I'll deal with this garbage. Let it sit for a minute. Maybe we can fold these up and put them in one of them. So I'll flip this one up. Put it in this one. This shit has a really strong sugary smell. Hopefully the bees don't take to me. Trowel and toilet paper in my cargo pocket is just kind of the way it worked out this morning. But I thought maybe I have a bottle cage open and a water bottle holder open. I was thinking I'd get a Dr. Pepper and a Sprite. And maybe a couple. They have hot sandwiches at that store, but I don't know if they do all the time or what the deal is. I'm not trying to rush to get there. I'd like to get there. Oh, Jesus, I'm going to be there by 9:30. I don't want to rush to get there because I have until 4:30 or maybe even 5 o'clock to get to the fucking park and ride. So the first thing is when we get cell service, hopefully my phone will start going off and I can text the wife, whatever. She'll be at work when I text her, but this job she's going to today is pretty gravy for her, so. And we'll make sure that she knows I'm probably heading for the park and ride. I don't want her to like get on, take the exit for that road and go by the park and ride, and I'm like, I'm right here, and then no cell service, so she drives all the way down to the store and I have to ride the wrong way to meet her. That was like a nightmare I had last night when I was about to fall asleep. So see, it's getting thicker now. But it really takes it a while to cook. It's best to put the exact right amount of water in and just eat it straight away, I think. But ain't like the couscous. It's like that couscous is just waiting for a fucking drop of water and you can watch it move and watch the whole thing. It's just crazy. It's like rice on steroids, man. And you can give it water and then it'll drink it all, and you can give it more water, it'll do it again. If you put too much in, then you can wait 10 minutes or stir for 10 minutes and it'll be perfect. I do like to put too much water in mine. Last night I didn't put too much water in it. I put like, I don't know, just right, maybe. And it wasn't that good. It just got to where like, it was a little too dry. And I was like choking it down at the end. If you start out with it soupier at the beginning, by the time you get to the end, it's just perfect. Because it takes you a while to eat it. And so I think it's the oatmeal will screw me up because I put too much water in my oatmeal, so I was being cautious of the water. I do think it's actually not a bad idea to put too much water in your food when you're out here because it hydrates you more. And so if everything you eat's, you have Cliff Bars and shit, but I feel like your meals have water in them, a lot of water in them. It just helps. Now I'm gonna rinse this and just dump it here, I think. Trying to use as much as I can. Yeah, dishwater in the morning. At night, I'll try and put it away from camp. Which is why I didn't do the dishes last night. I wasn't walking down a 200-foot hill. It's just dump dishwater, so I just put the lid on. This thing has a Tupperware lid. It's for storing homemade ice cream, apparently. And I just put the lid on and put it in the tote. And I use the same handkerchief, just the backside of it, to wash, to like wipe it out at the end. Let's rinse the spoon a little bit too here. Camelback was up higher, I got a better pressure, I think. I think licking the spoon's a good idea, but when you have running water, I think that it is more important with dinner to lick the spoon, but if you don't have a shortage of handkerchiefs, anything's possible. I'm probably gonna do one more rinse, just for the bottom's sake. It's already clean though, so make sure we got everything. Get all those sugar smells out of there. Now I'll flip the back side of the hanky if I'm gonna use the spoon for. I hope I'm keeping track of this. Now I need to get it at least decently clean because I stuff it over my pillow here on the handlebars. Pillow fits in it, but it's not very happy about it. But no problemo. No bees in sight. Actually, I should probably take a leak since we're almost out of the forest service land. I don't want to be looking suspicious on Simpson land. Oh, come on. Oh, I know what it is. I'm holding it high. CPL's still on there, at least I didn't fuck that up. Don't want to buy another one of those fucking things. And even though I'm gonna, this is the season closeout for vacation stuff, I'm still going to be trying to do fitness rides during the school year, which I normally don't do. But the health benefits are just impossible to measure. My blood pressure is way down. I have less headaches, less nosebleeds. And then when you need to go, if you want to take the bike somewhere, you're not going to die. Like there's a lot of times when I should probably go to the hardware store and get something, and instead I buy it on Amazon. And you know, I could just ride the bike there. And instead of paying $16 at Amazon, I can pay $4 at the hardware store and get a fucking Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Still make it out ahead. Oh yeah, I can see where the tree line ends to the right. See where it becomes more open country out there. Yeah, 100 yards. And we're out of here. Should only be one uphill between here and the county road. Actually, it might be on the county road. It's hard to tell on my elevation map. Got everything. Boy, that back end's heavy again. All that crap I put in it. How's the water doing? Yeah, quarter tank, maybe a third of a tank. Uh, 8 o'clock on the dot. I don't feel like it handles better with less weight in the front. It must just have to be light everywhere to handle good. That's why I think those big bars are really trending. And people say, oh bro, it gives you control on the descents, bro, for your techie shit with your fucking tiny ass road tires. Like, I'm gonna believe that. It's nothing to do with descent control. It's just straight up control. Actually, descent control is even the stupidest thing because it's much more steep climbs because the thing's so squirrely. Descents is the only time the fucking thing handles good with these little bars. So first time I heard all these, oh, the bars really help with descents, bro. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't need bars for that. And so I had to come out here with this big rig to understand. Now I fucking get it. I was like, why does my new mountain bike have these monstrous bars that won't even fit in the house? And now I understand. I thought about swapping them for this ride, but it's just not worth it because this thing's going to be demoted, you know? So, I'm gonna have to buy another bike to. Now the mountain bike I have ain't gonna work. It doesn't have anywhere to attach racks besides the rear axle. And also the back triangle flexes so much since I'm like near the weight limit for the bike. And I really like it though. It's so cool. It just fucking handles it just like, I don't know, man. That bike has been the most symbiotic bike I've ever had, even though it bucked me off last week. And so something with the rear triangle, the different geometry angles here and there. It's the same size as this bike. I mean, it has the 29er. But when they changed the geometry to fit the 29er, it made more slack of a head tube angle, and then they deleted that cross brace off the rear triangle and made the rear triangle so it can flex somehow. It really just completely changed the bike. Every time I start talking about that bike, I just start waxing on and on about it. And here I am with this piece of shit. So I just don't feel comfortable adding a bunch of weight to that back triangle anywhere, you know? So I think I'm just gonna keep that. Might even want to convert that fucker to a single speed with a carbon fork or something cool later. You know, it just depends what I end up doing. But anyways, the first thing is to get a fucking gravel bike, and then I think that'll just be both a road touring and a gravel touring bike. And I haven't decided on tires yet. I don't know, it's really tough for me to choose tires for if it was gravel only, like if I was going to have two touring bikes, I would probably go with these with 2.3 mini DHFs on the front and back. And then for the road bike, I would go with just a conventional road touring tire. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, I haven't seen any of this yet. Wow, crazy moss, dude. But anyway, with the, it makes more sense to have one bike do both for me. And so, I was gonna look at some of the other Maxxis tires. The thing that sucks is I want one of those double weight, I want some of those double weight downhill tires. But I also don't want crazy soft, huge honking knobbies. And so I wanted to see if there's, and if not, if that's just a dream. Oh wow, this is that hill I saw in elevation. Attention, that's all I can read. I'm going to walk this. It's not far. Anyway, if I go with the Maxxis DHFs on a 29er, I can get that double weight, double wall, whatever, downhill tire. But that's really stupid for road touring. Now, a practical thing may be to have two wheel sets. That would allow you to have, as long as the derailleur could handle the difference, you could have a one by with different gearing for the road and mountain. If you do them both 8 speeds, I'll bet you that the smallest cog is always the same, even if you look at their different ranges. And so if you get the chain to fit the one with the biggest range, it won't have a problem with the one with the smaller range. So that'd be cool. Have it be a transformer, just swap the wheels. You still have that bigger clearance for mud and everything. Wow. Yeah, this was a little... Oh, you know what? This is a wrong turn. Am I in trouble? Is my road gone? I didn't see a turn, did you? Shit. I might have to do the when in Rome thing if this appears to exit the woods. Right? I'm probably gonna walk up that hill again. It's okay because I'm panicking, and so I need to figure out what the fuck is going on. There's no road there. Shit, dude. Oh man, we might be in trouble. Really glad I had the map on though, just so I know I'm in trouble. It's 8 o'clock, we got time, right? I got 8 hours to figure this out. Now this thing says take a sharp right, a 90-degree right. Wait, is it doing north? I can't trust it. This thing turns right. I think I see the road cut up there. So this is just bad GIS. Maybe we should go read the attention sign. Chemicals applied. Thanks for making me walk through the weeds to read your sign that the weeds got sprayed. Oh, fuck me. I think there was a landslide. I can't tell if that's a creek cut or a road cut to my right. I'm gonna walk up this and see if see if I can learn anything at the top of the hill. I think we might be in trouble. The road is like still maintained though, is the fucking thing that gets me. People have been clearing it, and it's not hunting season yet, I don't think. Or be busy as hell out here. So why, right? I do see another road that we could maybe turn right on. Oh, that might, Jesus, this is connected. You know, I should look at Google because it had a different opinion about this. I'm sick to my stomach now. I planned this to be an easy ride to the Matlock Store for lunch, you know. Well, I have 4 or 5 things of oatmeal left. I have 1 dinner left, 1 lunch left. Oh yeah, so I have 2 meals. Right? Yeah. Okay, I have 2 meals. 1 breakfast, 2 breakfasts, 2 meals, 2 breakfasts. And my full thing is Slim Fast and powdered milk. And I think I have too many Cliff Bars. So the problem really is communicating with the wife. If that other road's decommissioned, you know, fighting to get to it isn't going to be a good idea. If there was a landslide there, they might have made a detour. I wanted to kind of get up here and see if this plateaus. Oh man, I'm stressed out now. Went from dreaming about bikes to this stressed out state of confusion in a matter of seconds, huh? I'm gonna kill the camera and save battery since this might be quite a day. Alright, so here's the plan. I climbed up this hill. I'm gonna turn right here. I'm going to try and follow this down. Oh my God. To my road. I feel stupid just saying it. I swear it looked like I went through on Google Maps a minute ago. There might be some bashing in my future. Maybe there, some bashing, maybe fall all the way down. Hopes and dreams, we'll call this. And I'm turning right here. Put that one back on. I think this has the vibe like when I was in Capitol, and like they didn't change the name of Sea Line, but Sea Line didn't go through anymore. I never figured out exactly why, but this little shit road ended up being the de facto Sea Line. I'm thinking that this has taken over that role. And I expect that what I've just looked at is my hopes and dreams detour. I expect that is now the main road out of here. But I have no idea, you know? And so I looked at other ways. My favorite's a 23 crossover. Never pick me up at Camp Covey. That's my favorite plan B, besides just bashing for hours. And the other is just to go back to Wynoochee and head south towards Montesino. So if I had knowledge about this, I just wouldn't have taken this really, really fun road all the way south, which I really like. That I'm glad that I did it. I would have just stayed on 23 and just climbed and descended over and over all day, and then come out at Camp Covey by the Vance Creek Bridge again. But here we are. That is a whole world away. This might result in some very shitty bashing. Hopefully not a river crossing though. I think the road's on the east side of the Canyon River down there. And so maybe a creek, but hopefully we can just do like old road bashing where it's got blow down across the road, like where I stayed last night. Hopefully that's the worst case scenario. Not like where the road's just completely gone because my map data is too old. I looked at Google Maps and I also kind of saw. Now what? No. Oh boy. What am I seeing? Yeah, we are right. Anyway. Now, best case scenario is they put in a new cut that hooks back up with, I don't know what it's called, 2153 or whatever. The one that goes to Cook Reload. Oh my God. Hell, maybe we can get some eagle eye in the sky intel on the situation here. Yeah, you can see where they have the yarder perches. That's for sure. This looks like Capitol Forest, exactly the same. And my old data here, this wasn't logged. And so the left has been planted and was logged, clear cut in my old data, and the right wasn't logged yet. And they may not have replanted on the right. I see a couple young trees, but it doesn't really remind me of when they plant. Now, if it said caution log trucks, I sure as hell they're exiting to the south. Wouldn't that be great? Because that's what I want to do, is just Cook Reload. I mean, that's the rail grade I was on. I wanted to fucking stay on the goddamn rail grade. What a bummer. Yes, that landslide just took out the end of the road, and hopefully they just decided to connect up this one to it. That's in a yarder spot. What do they call those things? Is that what they're called? Yoders, yarders, something? They used to be called steam donkeys. And now they're not running steam, so they call them something else. Nothing else has changed, though. It's the exact same methodology. Wow, this is rally country, dude. You know, that's the other thing. I might have raced on one of these roads and I wouldn't even know it. I mean, I can't remember where we went. I think on Cook Reload we went towards the south, and before we exited Cook Reload we turned to the right. Well, there's a right in Cook Reload and there's a right to the south of it, and I think we went up the one in Cook Reload and came back down the one south of it. Okay, everything seems to be hunky-dory. We're making really good progress. I was so stressed out, dude. I feel like I'm on top of it now. Make sure that battery's on. I feel like I'm on top of it now. But this could just end at a cul-de-sac where they have the road torn up with those big berms at any moment, because I have no intel on this. Google wasn't that helpful. It disagrees with the south end of 2153. I think that's the number of it, but it agrees with the data I have in front of me here on this area. So it's really weird. And it's the same thing happened in Capitol Forest. You know, sea line was just gone at the other end. And it's the same thing. It throws you right into a climb, right in the sun, and you're like, should I be doing this? But there's no alternative besides going 30 miles out of your way. That's why I think this road's probably important to Simpson. Probably keep it open because there's not a lot of other ways out of here in this area. And how well maintained it is. I saw a ditch that was dug like a month ago, you know. It's better maintained than the forest roads. They don't worry about the potholes as much. Oh, we're cruising. We're cruising. Also, really wouldn't expect to see green diamond security today because it's not hunting season, I don't think. And it's the middle of the week. But I would be like, bro, help me out. I told the wife I'd get to the Matlock Store, and now the road's gone. I ended up on this road. Oh. Oh, fuck, I'll just open my messaging thing. I need to hit the back button to cancel navigation. I was gonna tell her like 20 minutes ago, I was panicked, and I was gonna tell her don't leave the house, or don't head out here until you hear from me. But I can come to these coordinates to send her a text if my plan doesn't work out, I suppose. Even though I think we'll be descending for quite a while. Oh, this road is so nice. This has to go through. People just don't maintain dead-end roads like this. Look at how nice this fucking road is. Oh man, that was like a right 4 plus. And then that was like a left, kink left 6 or something. And here's a ooh, left 3. Tightens and opens. $200. Bro, I'm always wrong on my yardage estimates, but the important thing is if you're dictating to the co-driver and he reads it back to you. So the hardest thing for me was the yardage. Oh, that's like a... Oh, I don't know, that's a really tough one. It's like a left 4 short opens. And when you do the full speed recce, you could have them put a plus on it maybe, if it feels right. I couldn't call it a left 5, but a left 4 plus opens. There's a fast sound to it, and that was a fast corner, but you need that 4 just to keep you out of 5th gear. So you have torque to pull around that fucker. Oh man, oh. It's funny, I haven't thought about rally cars, like really driving these roads. I haven't thought about it all week, but now, oh, I love when you drop over a blank corner like that into the fucking trees. It's always so sketchy, but oh look, So they got a gate there because they're keeping you off of it. And this is open because it's okay, right? Am I inferring something that's not real? Rocky. Oh man, that would be so cool to just dive over that fucking crest into this with these big rocks in the road. Just smashing. Oh, this corner. Oh my god. Yeah, you'd be going 90 coming out of this corner. Because you'd be going, you take that crest up there about 55, and then you would, as soon as you could see in the dark, you'd be winding out third gear and coming out of that corner in fourth gear at 90 miles an hour. Even a slow car, because it's downhill, bro. Oh, it's just fucking would fly. And I tell you, some of these roads though were so long and straight. I've almost fallen asleep on stage before. It's the ones that get twisty and rough. The smooth roads everybody has a romance for, but for some reason with me, as much as I'm not going to say I like rough roads, they wake you up and you feel like you're, for me, I know I'm more competitive on rough roads because everybody else tends to slow down. And so I get like, it's like it's your time. You're up, it's your turn at the talent show kind of a feeling. And so you have that adrenaline like, all right, it's my turn, you know. Well, actually, that feeling is the essence of rally, I think, because it's closed course, one car at a time. So when they count you down to that start, it's just you. Especially if you're ignoring your co-driver, like I always do. Sorry, sister. But yeah, you know, you've got a team of safety professionals keeping the course clear. First aid and ambulance on site. Roll cage, Hans device, helmet, 5-point harness, and anything fucking goes as fast as you want to go. That's the essence of the sport. Now sometimes that just means 60 miles an hour and trying to fall asleep. And sometimes it's 85 miles an hour with weeds hitting your mirror on a road most people are going 60 on. It just depends. I do miss it, but I think we're really, you know, the wife is so happy with camping and everything that, oh, I'm gonna cry just thinking about this decision. I want to do the fucking sailboat. I want to do it no matter what. I want to sell everything and live in a fucking cardboard box till our boat's done. That's what I would do if she went on vacation and the plane crashed. That's what I would do. I would sell the house, I would sell everything. I'd move to New Zealand and get that boat built, you know? And you'd never see me again. I probably would do some YouTube stuff, but and so like when I think about doing rally cars again, it's got to be if we get the sailboat going and we're working and everything, and I do it the long way, or I do it in case I want to do it in installments, or I build it myself and it takes 10 years, and we sail it for 3 or 4 years and go to, you know, Canada. The thing is, I don't want to go towards California. I'm afraid I'd never come home. And she'd be like, what about my school district job? And I'm like, send him a fucking letter, you're not going back. But yeah, so Canada and the San Juans and stuff. And if we find that we fight a lot, or she gets seasick, or it always stresses me out having to go in to a marina, whatever it is. whatever thing we don't know yet, that we could sell a boat and then focus on dirt more, you know, more mountain biking, more rally car, get a cabin somewhere, build my own teardrop. I always wanted to build my own teardrop that has like a bathroom that can either slide out to the side or have it. She's shorter than I am. I was thinking of a trap door on her side of the bed so you could flip the bed open and shit right there. But she doesn't care. She likes roughing it. It's so funny. I wanted to build this thing because it's difficult to camp in the winter. The best way to do it is to have two easy ups, one over the trailer and one joined to it. Or a double long easy up, I guess you could just buy. I could probably tow that in the trailer, especially if I reinforce the rear end. Am I in the right spot? Oh yeah. Up here, this is gonna be a confusing intersection though. Looks like I go straight. Close, bro. I think this Hopes and Dreams intersection is the way they did it. They must have looked at the map and saw the same thing I did. Oh yeah, not confusing at all. The other ones are practically abandoned. But anyways, if you have two easy ups, I could just keep my same shitty trailer. Because the doors leak and they're impossible to fix because they're cast polyurethane. Like, I've got some strategies to improve the seals, but so you're getting out in a rainstorm to take a shit is a considerable task. Just like any camping. And so I suppose I always want to build my own teardrop, and put a king-size bed in it. I've seen a king-size teardrop before, and it was very impressive, and it didn't even look that much bigger. And so I wanted to do my own. And use the Saab 9.5 rear suspension built into the bottom of the fucking car. Like you mill out these successive pieces of plywood you laminate together, and so the axle, it's not really an axle, but it's kind of an axle with a 5-link on either end. It's really weird, but that whole 3D shape could fit right into the trailer and bolt in. You have this modern rear suspension with 17-inch fucking wheels on it or whatever, built, and that's from a car that can tow 4,000 pounds in Europe. 3,800 pounds? 3,800 pounds in Europe. I think you can only tow 3,000 here with it. And it isn't that heavy. It's not that great of a design for a car, to be honest. But it's hella overkill for a trailer. And I have a good one of them axles that it was. The best way to judge those are good is if the tires wear evenly. And they did. The tires were evenly on that. And if they just wear out, you get a little bit of a camber wear. Is that the right word? Oh, wow. Here we are. Let's look at this. This is the gate for... The other end of this is the washout. Man, I didn't even lose any time. Okay, so now we're back on track. No cell service. This looks like she got my text though. All right. So excited to see Cook reload. You guys excited? tell this is rail grade again. Now these roads, these are the ones that were harder for me just because they're so fast. My car wasn't fast. And if I tried to go full speed, full throttle the whole time, I'd just blow the head gasket. I wouldn't even get to the finish line. Or worse, the timing chain would explode. But so I would just, these would be about 80 miles an hour I'd cruise at. It depended on how the rear end was feeling. I can't remember exactly, but like after I put the spoiler on, it would start to float a little bit. I think it's 65 or 75 in between there. But then by 80, there was enough downforce that the floating went away. And that's where I would sit, right when the floating went away. I'd just sit there like cruise control. And that's the story I told where I had that kid behind me and his Turbo Legacy, and he's all pissed. But then every time we got to we'd like run a road like this, exactly like this, you couldn't even tell the difference if you looked at it. And we'd take a left into the woods, and I wouldn't see the kid again until after 5 minutes of a road like this, he'd catch up with me again. That's the kid where I told him he should go by me before the, what do you call it, start control? Before the start because you check in at the control, okay? And we're all on time, you have to go in order. And then once you're in the control, you can kind of just switch places if you want. And this isn't, it's just an unwritten thing, I think. You know, there may be rules, you know, you talk to someone that's a rules geek, hi Alan, and you find out there's a rule about it, but normally the people running the start don't care what time it says you're supposed to start. It's always wrong. And their only job is to write the time they're going to start you. And so there's only been like one time where somebody was like, this isn't his minute. La, 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 la. And I was like, just fucking start us. So you can just switch. If the guy behind you had been tailgating you, you know, because the reseeds happen every day in the morning or whatever. They're not going to reseed in the middle of the day. I mean, it might have happened. But normally it's the reseed every day. So the guy behind you could be way faster but have done less races than you, you know, and so you just let him pass you in the control. I tried to let this kid pass me in the control, and I ran off to the porta potty. I came back and he didn't get in front of me. I left room in front of my car and everything for him to go around me. I can't babysit, you know. I got a hard enough time keeping my car and myself under control. Oh, this is the gravy I wanted. So I was completely correct again that they just made a new road and they don't say anything. It's just a new road. Just like a Capitol. Completely different. This was a private property decision. Probably they called the Forest Service because it's an access road, I think. But the other one was a state. Completely state property. And so they make the same decision. Oh, we'll just hook it up with the, this other road basically goes the same place. It's just kind of a side road. We'll just do the maintenance there every year instead. It's pretty neat. Like I said though, I mean, it's, can you imagine if I panicked and turned around back there and went all the way? Oh man. So I said I'd use my judgment. I wish I had better Google. See, the thing is Google Maps has more recent imagery. When you compare the two imagery sets, you can learn something about what changed. And so I think it might be really clever to make a Word document with current imagery. Not current, but whatever Google has laying around, you know, within the last 2 years kind of a thing. Have a separate PDF of those images saved on both phones, just in case. Oh, the battery's low. That's weird. It's 85% yesterday. I don't understand. I guess I had it on a lot. Woo! Damn, son, this is the elevation bump I think I saw on the map. So that climbing I did earlier was just part of the detour. I knew if it was big enough to be seen on the map, it would end up being a real climb too. Isn't it long though? Normally the minutia of the route aren't really expressed in the elevation curve when you're looking at 50 miles on one small stretch of screen, you know. I wonder if they had a little wood trestle there just to keep the train going level in the past. I suppose the best way to tell would be to look for railroad ties and shit in the ditch. If they bulldoze the whole thing, that probably could have been done when I was in middle school. I wonder what the fuck they do with all the railroad ties out here. They must have brought them out. But it's weird because they didn't get to... I don't know. Somebody bought Simpson in like 2001 or 2003 or 1998 or something. And that's when they decommissioned the tracks, and then over the next 15 years they slowly sold off the steel from the tracks. But I never thought about what to do with the railroad ties. If the track was still functional, you could have train cars on it and take it apart and load the stuff onto those cars that look like hay carts and roll all this shit out of here. Oh, gravy, gravy. Gravy, gravy. Look how straight it is. There's no gate down there. That's weird. Dude, you could take a fucking limousine with low profile tires on this road at 70 miles an hour and be fine. All I need is scratch up the paint, I guess. But this shit is just dead smooth. Perfect fresh gravel. Look at these little teeny potholes. Oh, they're filled in. I filled them in recently. Feeling the sun. Definitely got that jersey ready. Soaked in cold water. Oh, I'm glad the bugs left me alone too. I stopped to look at the phone a couple times and I heard some buzzing, but I didn't see any proboscises come out. Keep out. That must be the guy that Kelly Road goes through his property. on the maps. Yeah. Google tries to take you to that guy's yard. Probably using county GIS data. Since it's a county parcel. This is the road for me though. This was a good plan. I'm glad it worked out. I sure hope they got some breakfast sandwiches at Matlock when I get there. Oh, a little climbing, looks like. I'll have to climb when I get out to the pavement too, but it's not bad. It'll only be 100 feet and then I'll roll for a while with that. Maybe, 50 foothills. Kind of like this is, I suppose. But yeah, once I go below 500 feet, I don't hit it again. Maybe by the parking ride or something, but not before the Matlock Store. Interesting, these are all pine trees. Oh, and that one, but all the little planted ones are pine trees. I wonder if they had some grant from the state to a research plot or something. I suppose they can sell pine boards, huh? Yeah, when we buy pine boards, they must generally come from east and I don't know. I guess maybe Simpson just grows a certain amount of pine trees. I don't think I've ever noticed before. It's tough because logging's changed, from a go find it strategy to oh, there's more pine trees. Interesting. From a go find it strategy to a, sustainable. Sustainable harvest strategy. And so they don't go find pine forests anymore. They grow them, I guess. I just hadn't thought about it because we don't have a lot of pine west of the mountains. We say pine needles here, we just mean Doug fir needles. And they even, some of the construction timber, they don't even specify if it's hemlock or fir. They call it a hem fir stand, where the stand is composed primarily of hemlock and Doug fir. And so a particular board you're buying could be either, and it could even be, there's like 10% of other trees allowed. So they're not like making sure logs don't get by that aren't hemlock and fir, It could be, obviously they're gonna smell the cedar and send that to the more expensive pile, right? But so I don't know what they call those pine stands. When you're buying pine boards though, it's very specific. It's always that very white pine. We don't use it really in construction aside for finish work, so what do I know? But just picking orders at Home Depot. I remember this stuff from, that's all I know. That's what's on the shelf. Keep out, no hunting. This is a little bumpy in here. You can tell it gets very wet in here. It doesn't dry out as often. I'm still in gear 7 though. Yeah, today's working out. I was scared shitless for a bit now when I was going up that hill. I was like, what in the fuck is happening? Must have been a rock in the knobbies. That was weird. I gotta check the battery on the phone in my pocket. I'm pretty sure it's like over 40% still. Oh. Huh. Oh, this is Cook Reload proper then. That's that gate, probably, I remember. The middle. Oh, you know, the actual Cook Reload's dead straight though. Maybe this is where they start the wide part of the road. God, I mean, this is you could do 2 lanes with a turn lane here and a bike lane on both sides. I'm surprised people don't do donuts in the middle. I'm glad they don't, because fuck the road up there. Oof, loose. I might turn this on for a minute. Oh no, we're still just cruising along. What's the battery? 12%. Wow, that's pretty low. Pretty low, bro. I just realized my comment about bro gives me control on the descents, bro. If I was doing like a shit gravel biker, say, that would be the #1 joke in that video. I wonder if YouTube lets you do wildcard searches. You can do quotes, shit, asterisks, say, and see. Oh, shit say might catch most of that. Just type in shit say. I remember I just love that shit diesel owners say video back in the day. Like I did some other ones. They're alright, but not really worth watching with that. Silver Doe, Dirty Max. Gotta keep my mirrors out in the towing mode when I'm out at night pulling pussy. Fucking hilarious. Truck culture at that time was so great, and there was that gal on Instagram. There's a female that ran an account called the Truck Slut, and she was always getting banned because her memes were too dank. Here's the end of Cook Reload. As if a 4-lane road wasn't enough. Now we've got a field here. Too small for baseball, but you could fit 6 tennis courts there probably. Maybe only 4 or 5. That's a gate on the right. Fuck, dude, I might want to turn around just to get a shot down the barrel of that road. So cool. Send this to Dave. What a trip. Panorama, maybe? Oh, come on. Oops, whatever. I was trying to hit the home button. Okay. Bees will send me on my way. That little proboscises. I don't know what the fuck these bees do for a living. Whatever it is, they're terrible at it. Yeah, I don't know, I was actually thinking of trying to look up what species they're like some kind of ground bee. It's always near creeks. I think that black fly Melissa saw in the mirror, I think it was a bee all along. I'm gonna ask her about it. Because I thought they were flies at first when I was over by Church Creek, and maybe they were horse flies. But the behavior is exactly the same, and so I think that probably I just wasn't looking at the back end of them. county road. Telephone poles. Oh, no, we don't want to go to 8. Trailer. The chain's too long to use 8. I put the basket on myself. I don't think I shortened the chain, so this thing's got to, when you put it in 1/8, the derailleur idler rubs against the back of the gear or something crazy. I don't understand how the chain got. I must have replaced the chain myself and not shortened it. That's probably what it was. So I told her I'm still on track. Way early. I don't know, I'm feeling good today, but I'm also not wearing my cycling shorts, so I don't think I want to start trying to ride all the way home or something stupid. I could put them on, but they're pretty stinky at this point. And they haven't dried out completely since day one. I don't really have a good way to dry those. I think the best way is to have 2 pairs of them. I don't like that idea though. I wouldn't mind. I think I like putting on my underwear to sleep. I wear all my clothes. But I like switching into underwear when I sleep. But then in the morning I could put on a fresh chamois and let the other one dry out all day. But the problem is, like, my stuff sack is designed to be watertight, not let stuff breathe. So maybe, guys, I don't like the idea of having 2 of stuff I don't need. But I could have 2 stuff sacks. One could be like a mesh that can breathe, and if I needed to, I could put that inside the normal one. That's just nylon, whatever, ripstop nylon. And that way everything could dry out a little bit in the backpack when it's in the sun during the day. The stuff well, that's the other thing. If you're not doing single track, it's much easier to dry out your socks and everything. But I put the socks on the front and they got covered in fucking junk and pine needles and all kinds of shit from the bashing I had to do 2 days ago. So it'd be nice to have things be able to dry out a little bit just in your backpack, I think, instead of having to strap them outside of shit. And of course, if you're gonna wash like the jersey, it's good to strap it outside anyway. Well, I bet you the other side of this is a hill. Oh, I haven't looked at my stuff to make sure I haven't lost anything. But I haven't been bashing, so why would I lose anything? Wow, what a road. Pretty low water in that river, and not much. That's probably the biggest thing we do take for granted today is that we just take bridges across rivers. Yeah, I'm walking this bitch. Thing's soaking fucking wet still. Anyway, I can't imagine having to ford every river you come to. Oh, there's an intersection coming up. There must be some ladder rack or some shitty trailer behind a pickup or something. Weird noise. Another creek. Middle Fork Satsop River, I think. Middle Fork Satsop River. I'm taking a left. What is that notification bar? It's warning me that the app is draining all the battery. This should be Kelly Road. Or I'm already on Kelly Road, and this is Deckerville. I guess they figure you know where you're at. I don't need to sign it. So we were on Kelly Road. The blinky light is not set up. I'm pretty hard to miss. Still, may want to set that up before I get too far down Matlock Road, Shelton Matlock Road. To differentiate it, of course, from the Deckerville Matlock Road and the Matlock Brady Road, not to be confused, Matlock is a nexus out here. Better not say it too loud or I'll piss off the locals, huh? I was thinking of how to clip that damn light on. I'd like to be able to Velcro right to the back of the tote. Oh shit. This isn't a good place to be on a bike. Uphill on the inside of a blank corner. Anyway, I could also clip it upside down to the tote maybe and duct tape it there so it doesn't fall off. I think I have a little roll of duct tape I can get to in the toolkit without taking it off the bike. It's orange duct tape rolled up like a mini toilet paper or something. I used to have a light zipped it on the backpack, but it fell off, and it also didn't seem to always point the right direction, so it was annoying for the backpack reasons too. So we're just climbing back up to 400 feet now. And then we'll descend and climb again to the Matlock Store. afraid we're gonna have a ton of sun today. So I washed the jersey. I'm sure it smells better, even if, because the camp soap doesn't smell too bad. I only rinsed it out twice. I think that the dirt really didn't get that much better, but hopefully the smell will distract from the rest of my stench. You can see it was a very busy part of town on Wednesday morning. Bumper to bumper traffic early at 9:30. The problem with Southwest Washington is just nowhere to work. That's why no one lives out here. It's a really great area. It's like a Simpson sign. Pack Farm Forest. Fertilized 2006. I don't get it. Sometimes they replant like with perfection, and sometimes they don't. Why would they fertilize, and what does that mean? Like with an airplane? Or they can't move and slash around as fertilizing? They got some nice slash piles here. Oh, there's a vehicle. It's like the end of a horror movie where they get out to the road and then one car comes along and they're saved. They're hauling chickens or what? Hay? No idea. Kind of looks like it's set up for haul and slash or something. It looks like giant yard waste things. I don't know why you make the sides taller if you're hauling gravel. Kind of interesting little pole barn deal. The crosscut saw hanging up. My dad has an antique crosscut saw collection, and he even had he had my sister's ex-husband weld together 3 of the long ones he had that were kind of shitty, and it's like a 20-foot one that most people can't tell is fake. It's funny. Leaving Grays Harbor County, entering Mason County. Huh. I kind of just figured I was in Mason County the whole time. It's interesting. I don't think I had any intersections, but yeah, I'll get it. This is some good slow TV for you, huh? Wow. The sun comes out with fresh flowers and the fucking old racing slicks mounted at the driveway. What a trip. Well, they got a meadow in their backyard. That's really pretty. Wow. Even a road like this, I don't like living on the road. Because you get some guy takes his Corvette down the road at 2 a.m. Fucking hate that shit. And I like listening to it in distance when I'm outside. Like, yeah, buddy, hit that red line. But when I'm inside, I don't want to hear it at all. I do like hearing airplanes. Sometimes I run outside to look at an airplane so fast, it scares the hell out of the wife and the dog. But you can just tell when it's a radial engine or something, you know. You can't wait. It flies over the house at like 1,000 feet. You don't have any time. You have to be out there when it happens. Now my other dog that died, he would chase airplanes around the yard. Like he would run from one end of the yard to the other to try and catch the airplane. And then he was so pissed it got away, he'd like run back and forth a couple more times sometimes. My mom is like, does he chase airplanes? I was like, yeah, I try to encourage an enthusiasm for aviation. He probably learned it because I kept running out there to look at him. He's like, yeah, where is he? Let me at him, let me at him. Maybe I'll put that shirt on over this one. I won't be cold because it's soaking wet. And keep it from being see-through maybe, I don't know. I feel kind of weird just stopping on the side of the road to change clothes. Technically in public right now. There's no people around. I'm in gear 7. So we're making good time. The breeze is cool still, so I don't see any point in putting a shirt on. A little bit of sun won't kill me. Even though the shirt goes up pretty high, like the sleeves aren't very substantial, so they slide up pretty high. It'd be pretty easy to get a sunburn in that white skin there. Somebody is getting a little crazy here. Must be with, I don't know. It's not wide enough. I don't get it. Oh, open differential. That's what I'm not getting. Sometimes it's spinning both, and sometimes it's only spinning one. That's why it's so confusing. But it didn't look like a car, though. But I'm trying to think, if you're sliding at an angle, at a certain point the tire tracks intersect, and so before that they get close together. So I was thinking they're quad tracks, but they're probably just those points where the tracks come close together are probably where both tires are spinning. And then as soon as it straightens out where you could actually see how wide the track is, it goes back to only spinning one tire. So I can't tell how wide the track was. That's why I was getting so confused. I'm half tempted to pick those ropes up. I don't want to get accused of someone sees me with their rope hanging from my bike later. Area. Just jack shit going on. I think I'd like to have a little hobby farm. I like how this one has a lot of trees. It's just not dense enough forest for me. It'd be easy to build it up. Oh, and it borders, it looks like Simpson land too. Oh, it's in our house back there. Wow. God damn it. Yeah. All kinds of fun you can have if you're not trying to build a sailboat for the next 10 years. Well, maybe I could change here since there's no houses around. I'm just throwing a shirt on anyway, but I'm gonna have to shut off the GoPro. Yeah, I'm gonna shut the GoPro off. Catch up with you guys. That was that green diamond gate I stopped at. The other side of the road had a driveway, probably for that red house I saw in the woods. But it's still pretty private. On the TMI front, I would have liked to drop trow there and wipe my ass to make sure I'm good before walking into a store and buying food. But the driveway just kept me a little uneasy that somebody might come check, see what I'm doing. Find a full moon. So I don't know, I can't tell. I feel disgusting, but when I check, if I feel gross and I check and everything's clean, it makes me kind of relax a little bit. I think it would be nice to wash the shorts every 3 days. I don't think I want to bring an extra pair of shorts. And you could just wear your chamois around while you're washing your shorts and getting ready. I guess you could ride in just the under chamois. I've never done that. Now, one idea is that your second chamois is actually mountain bike shorts, or you have 2 pairs of mountain bike shorts that are, you know, super light. The outside of them will be way lighter than the shorts I'm wearing. And so that's one way to do it. It's probably the best way to do it. I just like to have so much shit in my pockets. Oh, I forgot to check if I had service. It doesn't matter. All I care about is a fucking breakfast sandwich right now. Dr. Pepper, Sprite, and 2 or 3 sandwich somethings. I don't know if they're still doing breakfast. Gotta be great if they had all their breakfast ones set aside next to the garbage can and I could buy them all for $10 or something. I think I had a dream about that last night. Make a bear sandwich. What the fuck was that from? The credits from Bridesmaids, or must have been. That's a movie I've only seen once, but should probably see again. I could put some breakfast sandwiches in the front there. I think they have a little bench out on the side of the store where you can just sit and eat. I always went and ate in the car. We used to meet there for rally stuff. They'd have 2 of the stage captains meet there with their respective crews. This will probably be my first time at the Matlock Store when it's not rally related, to be honest. That's a cool road, straight as I can see. I wonder if it's an old rail grade. Yeah, Mason County really should, they could have the best trails of any county in the country if they worked with Tacoma Power to formalize that pole line trail I took the last time in the beginning, you know, to get out to Squamish Valley. And if they worked with Simpson on some of these old rail grades, they could probably have more miles in just the county than the whole John Wayne Trail. I don't know how it would work though. I don't think that, but they at least need to do a trail over the Vance Creek Bridge, rail grade trail from, you know, just from the Browns Creek Road all the way down to I don't know. Well, I suppose all the way down to this road. Oh, maybe that's where the Vance Creek Railroad would have put out. No, it's much farther east. I don't know, it's tough to say. Interesting. I wonder if they could, let me think about that. Where's the pole line end up? This ends up in the middle of nowhere. Well, you could build a switchback down from the pole line into the pole line down the Purdy Cutoff Road. And you could bike lane Purdy Cutoff Road really well. It's already got a wide shoulder in a lot of spots on the right. Looks like they used to allow fishing there and they don't anymore. And then Squamish Valley Road's never busy, so I think it's flat, almost like a rail grade. And 23 is a bitch of a hill. That ain't gonna go away. But then once you get up 23, you could cruise down the rail grade over the Vance Creek Bridge all the way down to here. Maybe they could bike lane this road. All of a sudden the Matlock Store would be super important. And they could even rent out tent spaces and shit there. We are getting low on water. Oh, we're almost out of water. But I filled the yeah, he's stuck. I filled the podium bottle. So, mile 1. Excuse me? Does that mean I'm a mile from the stop sign? Because I haven't gone a mile. Anyway. Glass over there. Car behind me. Hopefully they don't talk me in the back of the head with a beer. Where was I in that last parenthetical? Oh, the Matlock Store. Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? Tent sites. This damn thing was soaking wet when I put it on. I don't know if I didn't wring it out well enough or what. Yeah, we're a mile from the stop sign, that's what it was. Got an electric fence on to keep deer out. I certainly couldn't keep a dog in. I don't see horses. I'm not really looking though. There's a stable building. Mountain biker, woot woot. God, I wonder where the fuck they're going. Might be going to the forest. It's not really advertised that Cook Reload gets you into the forest, so maybe they're locals. Or maybe they're heading to something else over in Grays Harbor County. So you can't fuck this up. If you go right, it ends at Matlock Brady Road. If you go left, it ends at Shelton Matlock Road at the Matlock Store where I'm going. 10 after 10. I'd say I'm a little early. Dr. Pepper, Sprite, and as many breakfast sandwiches as I can get. Hopefully it's a number greater than 0. Huh, I don't know if you're gonna make it, buddy. He must be Jake braking. That's what he's doing. More of them slash boxes. Oh, I saw a log truck go by, you guys missed it. Probably came down that same road I was on. But it was when I was changing my shirt. And it's just the perfect modern log size, you know. It's just a pretty boring sight, to be honest, but you see the old pictures, man, it's just a fucking trip. I don't know what they harvest them at now, 16 inches or something. But they take the little ones and the big ones and they do the whole stand. So there's some average. Acre diameter. Probably have some stupid name for it. Can't just be board feet an acre because that would represent their grouping. And you could get very, very small trees. Like here, they're very close together. You can get a high board feet per acre, but you're not getting really anything out of them. I don't know. Maybe it's just board feet per tree and then board feet per acre. And you keep them, put those like one slash the other. That's reasonable. That would sort of express the density and what the average tree is like. Oh, you don't have to slow down, dude. Ah, what the hell? What a weirdo. I can't get over much farther. There you are. Look at that. Perfectly boring load of little logs. Just running those twice an hour out of the woods 24/7. Keep the lights on in the mills. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the ones that come from Forest Service lands, I wasn't paying attention, but The ones that come from Forest Service lands get sprayed with red ink on the ends, like a red spray paint that wicks up the capillaries in the tree, so you can't just cut it off. It goes in a foot or two or something, probably, I don't know, I'm guessing. So if they come from the Forest Service lands, they get the red. If they come from out here, if they come from Simpson land, they're not going to get any paint at all. The difference is you can't export federal wood out of the country or China or whatever the fucking rule of the day is. We've actually been rising in elevation slowly this whole time, but the resistance from the tires is more significant than the elevation rise, so I've still been spending gear 7, putting an effort to overcome the tires and the wind. We've slowly been going uphill. Pretty gravy. Dr. Pepper I picked because it's, out of all the sodas, it's the one that's like most likely to make me cough or choke or sneeze. It's just so powerful. And so with the Noonan Alka-Seltzer, I couldn't get anything powerful enough to like give you that refreshing ah thing. The Sprite will do it. But the Dr. Pepper, holy hell, man. If you take too big of a swig of Dr. Pepper and breathe in a little bit too much, that's an experience. I was gonna go with root beer, but root beer does that for me too, but Dr. Pepper just has more of those spices in it. I have to get a Sprite or a 7-Up because I was dreaming about it. I don't really want one right now. I'd rather get a root beer and a Dr. Pepper, but maybe if they're cheap, I'll get all 3. I think a lot of these guys don't mind bikes because they might have one to go to the mailbox. It's different than when I was over in population in the same county. It's douche after douche, you know. These people out here, though, keep themselves. Pretty simple life. I wonder what they do for work. I've always wondered that when I see these nice places out here. Most of them are probably retired. Or it's a family thing and they have to drive to Olympia for a job. I'll have the right of way. Here we are. This is downtown Matlock. Oh, there's a gas pump. Oh, the sun's over here. I don't want to be in the sun. Oh, man. Talk to you later. All right, we're leaving downtown Matlock. They were all at breakfast sandwiches. What I got was 2 egg rolls, 2 beef and bean burritos, and 2 taquitos. And I was so stoked. And I went with root beer, Dr. Pepper, and Sprite. I tell you, Dr. Pepper though, That sure hits the fucking spot, man. It gets all the senses involved. Yeah, it's funny. Being at stores for a few minutes was very amusing to me. Old guy running it. Everybody knows him. People just walk behind the counter and pour coffee. He must charge them 10 cents for it or something. And then there's this kid, his 20s, sitting over. They have a table you can sit and eat. He's sitting there with an energy drink, making jokes to everybody that comes in. He reminds me of that guy in Conan that sits on the couch, and a lot of the guests are like, "Who's that guy? Why is he here?" Is his name Andy or something? Really reminds me of that guy. Didn't look anything like him, but it's just like why is there a sidekick here? I mean, I didn't even worry about the bike. At one point I left my bag on the fucking counter and went and filled the Camelback. I just told the kid, I was like, "Hey, can you watch my bag for a minute?" And he's just like, "Yeah, whatever, you know." But anyway, I was sitting there eating my egg roll, and somebody actually used that gas pump, and I remembered, I think I'd used it once. I don't know if it was Jen's car and he got gas there, but I feel like we've gotten gas at that fucking pump before. So the Camelback's full. Oh Jesus. Why do people do this? Just go around me. I've never understood. I literally can't do anything. I'm not gonna ride in a ditch. See, then the other people get mad because the front guy was a wuss. All I can do is wave at him. I put my phone thing in the backpack. It's got the 512 gig SD card in it. That's the real reason. So that didn't get left with the bike last night. I left it on the counter with the kid, but he, you know, it's just dirty ass backpack. So yeah, the backpack's kind of heavy right now. It's got all the water in it. It's got a soda in it. I think the root beer. I think the Sprite's on the bottle cage. And it's got that phone case in it, an extra phone. Empty log truck. I thought that's cool how they throw the trailer the other end of the truck on the back. What the fuck you call that thing? It's not the trailer, because you also have a log trailer, and so there needs to be a word to differentiate it from the trailer. I don't know what the fuck they call it. I can't remember. Yeah, so downtown Matlock, quite a thing. The craziest thing is how many people, the place wasn't empty once. There was somebody in there before I went in there, and then after I got out, there was like 4 cars showed up. The funniest thing about the kids sitting there at the table is that they said they're taking applications. There's a sticker on the door. And so I'm wondering if he's just hanging out there or if he works there now or what. It's so funny. I don't know. Oh, I did get a ding from the wife. Now we have some shade. I think it was from her. I haven't turned the data on, so I just don't want to deal with it. Let's see. I think I know what time she's off. 3 o'clock. Oh, I did want to turn data on and find that. There used to be a checkbox in Android for background data. You could turn that off. That's the best, because then whatever app you're using can use it. But I'm about to get a million pings. We should just turn the fucking thing on the vibrate. Shut Matlock Road, yeah. Maybe we should leave. I don't know. Oh boy. Financial aid hit. I told that guy I have to pay cash for my burritos because I don't know what my bank accounts are like. Oh, come on. Got my YouTube. Tips from a shipwright. Don't miss that. I have to wait, Tom. Glad you're excited. Hopefully we can figure something out. So she, I think, came out here for something. I haven't seen this new intersection of Shelton Matlock. It used to have a clover leaf on this side. It wasn't even a clover. Yeah, it kind of was. It used to exit in a big loop. And so they've redone this whole thing to a single point urban interchange. And then they put the new parking right there. So cars to go, and I'll roll over here. Yeah, oh, I should. 38%, man. That's gonna burn through. Battery. I've got to shut that mobile data off. I'm just not doing it now. I'll upload my photos, at least. I should map out the distance. I don't mind taking frequent breaks, but yeah, I'd like to map out the distance on Google. It's like, say, hey, Google, I want to go to the fucking park and ride, and then see what it says for time and distance, and think about where I might want to stop for lunch, where I'd have some privacy maybe, you know. Turn the data off. I don't like being less than 50% because something can happen and all of a sudden you're wiped out, you know, like when you're absolutely misbehaving, you have no margin. I mean, remember, the phone in my pocket has not been charged this whole trip. That's at 38%. We're going down fast now. Okay, the jersey's dry. I'm hot. I left the REI shirt on underneath it. No hurry today. I'll also be sitting on the curb in the parking ride. Okay. Oh, let's just, oh man, maybe that was it. Yeah. Directions. 1 hour. 1 hour. So we're along here. Oh. Lots of lake, huh? That's pretty close. Oh, there might be places to take a break. Anywhere in here. Probably be trespassing, but Goldsboro Creek. Maybe these GD roads. I know somebody lives at the lake, but past the mill. Where are those in relation to the mill? Oh, Dayton Airport Road's a good landmark. Oh, nice, okay. I'm gonna say lunch too. And I saw back here, maybe this could be lunch 1. And do we have a lunch 0? Where's the airport? Dayton Airport Road. There's the mill. That's the main line. Oh man. Hollow ground, whatever the word is. I missed the airport road. It's a good landmark. I like those. What is this called? Cougar or something? Kid Road? And this is called Cougar, isn't it? Well, those are Stillwater. Yeah, it's gonna have to be before the airport road. Maybe Kid Road. I don't know, all these private residences down here. We could come down past them maybe. Oh, he gets to his house. How do these people? That must be empty lots. We'll call this lunch 0 just in case. I don't think I need to. Okay, so it gets to Dayton Airport Road. That's the main goal. Mill and Airport Road, and then we've got 2 options for lunch. One of them's very close to the end. I should probably have lunch at the first, and that way I can stop at the second and wait until the afternoon. Let's turn the data off. How's the photos doing? Well, we'll turn the data back on later, probably. It can resume its journey. Got 4 hours to go, 1 hour's distance. So, yeah. I say we sprint to lunch 1. Hopefully it's viable. Eat and hang out. And then mosey to lunch 2. And I'd be half tempted to get the fucking tent out and just lay there. But I don't think it'll be that long. I don't want to be in the parking ride before 3:30. She's off at 3, but this job is a little flexible. But at the same time, it's such a gravy job, she likes to finish all the hours. Now remember, I'm trying to get close. Like, if I'm telling her the parking ride, if the bike breaks, I'm gonna be able to walk there and not be late. So I'm always early everywhere on this thing. It's hard to keep a date with somebody like this. Just try and do some miles before noon. Hopefully we can find a place without bugs to hang out. Eat my taquitos. Now Dairy Queen's downtown. The problem is it's downhill. I do not want to take Highway 3 out of Shelton towards the house. I do not want to ride back up the parking ride after going to Dairy Queen. So, first things first, we'll get by the mill. I'll ride by the main line. Dream of days past. You guys can actually look up my DeviantArt. It's hard to find it, but my username is Q Morley. And you can see pictures from that road. I was pretty decent about putting in what road, not all the time, but that Focus Splash one, that's my favorite out of all those. I have a lot of favorites from that corner or that road, but Focus Splash is one of them. There's a little fire on the side of the road over here. Yeah. It's probably mainly a grass fire. Looks like it didn't really get too far into the trees. Yeah, so my taquitos are probably just as warm out here as they were under the heat lamp in there. saved those for last. I figured they wouldn't need a napkin or something, you know. I used the whole anchor chip on the damn burritos. I already blew my nose on it though, but I used one whole half of it. Well, hey, we got this ride in the bag though. Really, it's just this weird purgatory until she picks me up. Quite a trip. Hopefully my memories of Church Creek and blow down on Wynoochee Trail will fade. Also be waking up in cold sweats during about blowdown. You see me, you know me. I'm old Greg, bitch. Are they jogging towards me? Huh. I just think I should be the one getting over. Morning. The only way I can explain her enthusiasm for that greeting was that I wasn't a truck douche. And she just doesn't see other people exercising out here or something. I don't know. You guys watch my videos, you know, I a lot of times I can't even get people to say fucking hi to me at all. She's all just stoked as bro. That'd be a fucking hell of a place. Big old break. Pretty sure it's no trespassing. As everywhere does. Because boy, you leave one place unsigned and the hunters are using that as their infiltration point. So this Clearwater River, I'm kind of, is it Stillwater? Clearwater. Oh, maybe that's my confusion. That's probably it. The state has this Clearwater Forest deal. I think that's what it's called. They used to rally out there and it wasn't as fast as Capital. It was more twisty and had, but not like poetic twisty. And it had a water crossing I saw in 1986 World Rally race. It was quite a water crossing. It was very dramatic. On a tight corner with spectators, and it was a very wide corner. And just like sliding into a water crossing, shooting water 20 feet in the air. And it covers the windshield, you know. Very dramatic. So that's all I really, when I hear Stillwater, or yeah, either Clearwater or Stillwater, that's what I see, is that water crossing in my head. I don't know which it is. It's probably Clearwater, and this is probably Stillwater River Creek or whatever, coming up in the next hour. Yeah, they're nowhere near each other. The state forest part is over west of the Olympic National Forest. I was thinking of sort of in the spirit of Dave's book, because now they have this trail, the Olympic Discovery Trail, whatever, that runs along the whole north side of the park. Okay, so that's 1/4 of the book that you don't have to write. You just say, take this trail. And that's the whole top part of the peninsula. And it goes right along whatever lake that is. It's one of the few parts in the state where we actually have poison ivy, or poison oak, ironically enough. And then the west part, though, is the toughest, I think, to solve. The east part's weird because why would you, really? You just leave that part of your loop open, you know? Start in Seattle, finish Olympia or something. But I don't. Anyway, it's the west part that I don't have much first-hand knowledge of, and you go through 2 Indian reservations, I think. And I ain't stealth camping on Indian land, okay? I'll tell you that right now. I don't mind going through on the road, but so I'm very aware of right-of-way, and you know, in the state, and so you have this grid pattern, you know, where the road cuts through, and it's Indian land, state land, Indian land, state land. Lake Nawatsa Drive. So my friend lives on the other side of the lake. Oh, look at that egg shelter. Oh my God, I'm so fucking jealous. Can you guys see that thing? Oh, and that beam in the middle. Just imagine me picking up huge aluminum parts of my boat with a fucking winch. Oh, God damn it. So jealous. Fuck. Oh my God. Take my money. I don't have any money. Take my future money. I don't think I looked at those metal ones. I should. Now the problem is to get the boat out. Well, you could just have, the thing is, to get the boat out, you call the company that made it and how to take it down. And the helicopter picks the boat straight fucking up in the air, no problem. So I don't need to worry about getting the boat out. That big beam in the middle is not a problem. Oh, I love that, actually. I love the lake. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I'm not pulling this in the driveway to show you. It's a very picturesque lake. I don't want to stop at my friend's. I'm smelly. I didn't email her ahead of time. I thought about it last time. I didn't think about it this time. I'd be so drunk by the time Melissa picked me up. She retired from Boeing before COVID, or yeah, I think before COVID. And I was telling her and her husband all my evil plans to put the manufacturing engineers in their place. And it turns out that group is just dying of incompetence. There's nothing left to destroy. Like, I was like, oh, they're so evil, I must stop them. But they don't have any fight left in them. It's all you, bro. Truck ain't that big. God, the other side of the lake is Simpson land, so it's just this picturesque tree line. Hope you can see. It's all you're getting. Most lakes you can look across, there's other houses. There is some on the south end there. Or west end, sorry. But yeah, the whole north side of the lake is all Simpson land. Oh, it's so cool. If you like set your blinds right, when you woke up in the morning, you would only see those trees and like it would look like you were the only person on the lake. And then if you're in a good mood, you can open the blinds all the way and realize you're not alone. Another empty log truck. Putting in work. Seems like every 30 minutes to me, on average. But I don't know what they do the rest of the year. It's a good time to be doing this work now. A little fire station. Probably used as a storage shed. Really surprised there was a fire truck in there. This is the place to be. Yeah, try to people talk about buying a private island. How about a private fucking lake, middle of nowhere, like Matlock Resort? That's interesting. Ooh, wooden skiff. What do you even call that? It's a V-bottom rowboat. What do you call it? Planking. Lapstrake V-bottom rowboat. It's not a skiff. Oh, there's this park here. Where's the park entrance? Shit, you know, it's not like I'm in a fucking hurry today. That was a teardrop in the driveway. Like a genuine one. Not my plastic monstrosity. Huh. Public access area. No overnight, whatever. You know, my brakes need to be adjusted in the back. Maybe we'll do that here. Front's hella tight. Yeah, this guy's way. No parking. How's it going?
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Damn, this soda's not happy. There we go. So Lori's house is over. You see that green sided one? In the middle, like the end of the row. It might be that one even. It's right close to the end. Does Simpson let you guys camp on the beach on the other side or anything?
Check as much as no camping signs.
Gotta be cool to have one of those permits for hunting and just go camp wherever you want it.
Yeah, that's what we thought about too, is boat camping over there
Yeah.
would be nice.
Yeah. I should start entering the lottery for the permit. I'm never gonna get it if you don't enter the lottery.
Don't enter it, huh? Yeah, they have, let me see, over here they have signs. And there and back in there, there's a little beach. There are no signs, but
Oh.
I'm kind of the person, unless somebody tells me I can do it, I don't push the envelope.
So I know a gal lives, I don't know if it's that house, the green one there.
Yeah?
She's real close to the end of the road over there.
Okay. She should be
She might know about the,
She should be able to know if you can camp
Yeah.
from the beach. See where those poles go across?
Mhm.
It's real shallow back in there, but those underneath those trees, there's a long beach there.
she'd never been to a rally. And I was like, shit, there's one that goes a half mile from your house. We parked at her house and walked, you almost get to the main line through there in half an hour or whatever.
Now, when you say a rally,
Stage rally, they race cars on the Simpson
okay,
roads.
that's
Yeah.
that's what we were hearing
Yeah.
this morning. I was just curious about it.
There's also a lot of beach on the other side of those logs sticking out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's cool.
yeah.
Just talk to her
so
about it.
they run up and down the main line, huh?
Yeah, and then one of my favorite parts was they come down the main line this way towards the plant, and then there's this really acute corner that goes onto a skinny road, and then they come off basically towards the lake here. And that's part of a 20-mile stage, and it's one of the worst stages out here. A lot of cars don't finish that stage.
Ah, okay.
And so it's a lot of fun to watch.
I bet it is.
Yeah, I haven't been
Yeah,
out
you
here
want
in
action.
years.
You just don't want them all to go around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Well, that explains that.
Yeah.
We figured something, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I think that the problem, the reason they have to sign it is because if they don't sign it, then hunters are going to use this as an infiltration point to go, oh, there wasn't any signs, and go. So they have this big problem with hunters. So they do like 100 licenses a year or whatever it is. They put signs everywhere.
I know. I would like to. There's a couple little lakes up there called Dry Lake.
Yeah, I saw
I
that.
would have liked to. We wanted to go up there and just go camping,
Yeah.
you know, and
Well, you can see where the national forest starts.
Mhm.
You know, where there's no timber harvesting, and even you can see the checkered pattern from here. You can't normally see it from the ground, where some of it's Simpson National Forest, Simpson National Forest alternating.
so, but you can't really.
And you can take Simpson lets the forest users go through their property. You just can't go camp in the woods. You can be on the road. You know, you can stop, take a leak on the road, but you can't go in the woods. So you can go straight through, but yeah.
Drive up on one of those mountain roads up there. It'd be fun.
That's what I just did. I took the bike. My wife dropped me off by the Vance Creek Bridge at Camp Govey. I took 23 all the way up, and then I took this shitty little trail over from the Skokomish Valley to the Wynoochee Valley. I'd never taken that trail again in my life. But then I went over all the way over there and came out.
Okay.
Actually, isn't that there where we climbed up in the Subaru?
Yeah, but we
That
couldn't.
steep hill climb?
Yeah, but we couldn't get over on this side of it.
Oh. We went up to the top, but there was just nothing up there.
Yeah, so you really got to be a nerd with the maps, because then once you get out there, if something's different and you don't have that nerd with the maps mentality, you're really screwed because there's no
Right.
service in a lot of it. But 23 starts at this
Now,
Kokomish
there is
Valley
a
Road.
There's a little trout hatchery off Skoke Valley.
That's it. Yeah, that's the road. You follow that road, you know, not the end, but towards the end, and you see 23 on the right. And that's the main road.
Okay.
Yeah, and that goes all the way through. 23 goes all the way through to Wynoochee, over by the dam and the lake.
Yeah, that's where we go up on the mountain.
Yeah, I got a two-wheel drive
So you-
car through there once.
So
So
you can go past the little trout hatchery
yeah,
and hit that road and go.
We went up there with the Outback.
yeah, the Outback's a great car for that.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause it has the higher ground clearance. So
I know that.
yeah, you just got to get the Northwest Forest Pass. I mean, on a mountain bike, you don't need anything. They always make the permits for vehicles. So the Discover Pass for the state and the Forest Pass, they always make it for the cars. So the wife dropped me off 100 yards before the federal land starts. Off you go.
So a Discover Pass isn't going to work.
No. But I did Capitol Forest last weekend. And it's the same deal. Just put the pass on the mirror and you're in.
So you get a Capitol Forest, you get a forest pass.
For this one, it's called the Northwest Forest Pass, and it does all the federal lands.
And
Yeah.
where do you get that at?
I bought it on the website.
Okay.
And you can do day pass. If you have service up there, you can buy a day pass on your phone if you know. But
gotcha.
it's best to think ahead, really, with the national forest, because then you get where you don't have, like today, the road I was going to take back, but like a landslide happened 5 years ago, and it's not there anymore.
Right.
And I had no clue what to do. And using the maps, I was able to piece together a strategy that may or may not have worked, and it worked out. And actually, it's the detour I think that they use for Simpson now.
Yeah,
But
we went up there. There was a road we were going to take down to a river, and we looked over right where the road was supposed to be, and it's just a straight canyon
yeah,
from there.
So it's probably the road we were trying to find, I'm sure,
Yeah, it was gone.
years ago.
so it's good to have a paper copy, like go on your computer and like make, take little screenshots and print out something for the glove box just in case you get screwed up. You can always turn around if you're in a car. It's a nice thing. A lot of times I'll go down some big hill. I don't want to go back up. So see ya. Yeah. That was fun. If they don't mind being on camera. Brakes. Let's look at the brakes. Stay there. I think it's this one, this short one. I gotta take the damn thing apart. Remember that. I stink. Yeah, man, I don't know. 4th day. Wow, I'm gonna do that a little bit more. That's probably too much, but oh, come on. Oh, there we go. How can you live out here and come to this lake as one of your hobbies and not understand how the National Forest shit works? That just blows my mind. I think it's the computer stuff. I think that I'm just... Okay, bike. Am I ready to go? I need to put the soda away. I'll lay it back down. Oh, there's probably a garbage can. No way to know. I go wipe my ass up there again just to... so it don't feel as gross. Just taking my time. Why wouldn't I? You see that checker pattern up there? You can look at that from the satellite and they're squares. Yeah, there's only one reason to live out here, and it's the woods. There's nothing else. So how can you live out here and not understand national forests, logging roads, rally? I guess you just work at your fucking job in Olympia until you retire and go fishing 6 times a year, and that's good enough. I don't know. Hopefully I inspired that guy. This kid was trying to talk. I always used to hate that when I was a kid too. But maybe he's the one that needs to be in the outback going exploring. Maybe he'll help inspire his dad too. Oh, I don't have to go back up the hill. I can just take this little trail. I got a cable across there though. That's kind of stupid. Single stall. Oh, doesn't smell good. Yes, that's why I was looking at my lunch zones. A little privacy in case I need to dig a hole. The biggest problem with me is just I'm always next to roads. It's hard to dig a hole next to a road. It's impossible to drive tent stakes. Oh man. putting the super back in the backpack even though it's almost gone. Maybe I should pour it out. I'll just squeeze it down a little bit and just keep it. If I don't touch it, I'll just throw it away at home. I just can't do it. It's a little too big for me right now. I don't want to have an incident because I don't want to be in that fucking pit toilet. Oh, you can see on the chain. See how the chain is, that's not even the idler, that's the main part of the derailleur. It's on it right now, that's in gear 7. So that's why I don't use gear 8. And the chain's too long, it's my fault. Hey, the good news is, I'm out in the woods and the chain breaks. I've got a couple master links and I'm going to have a whole extra section of chain I can take out. I'll be perfect size, not too short. All right, I've had enough of this place. Pit toilet turned me off. Pack out your litter. A Discover Pass required. Did those guys have a Discover Pass? I didn't think this was state. I thought it was Mason County. Is that runner gal? I think so. I can't tell. If it was somebody getting the mail or if it was that guy we saw running earlier. I'm going with runner gal. That's the life, huh? Jesus. Jelly, that's for sure. Her husband's probably at work in Olympia right now and she's out running around in little pink shorts. Actually, I always love that about second shift. All the douche diesel guys are at work. And all their hot wives are at the grocery store, and it's a good time to go to the grocery store, like 11 a.m., 10, 11 a.m., you know. Just a bunch of fucking hotties there. And they're all so nice. It's funny. I know, that's just one of life's little secrets, you know. I love finding all those out. You know, why would you want to go when there's a bunch of douches and flip-flops at the store? There could be a bunch of blonde ponytailed and pink shorts. I'm a millennial. I'm a fucked up, perverted millennial. What can I say? Some of the kids I'm in school with will make like a lewd joke and it's so pedestrian, and I'm just like, I just try not even say anything. Because I don't want to like completely destroy them with just one casual millennial comment. But also working with machinists for 10 years. I've usually got something witty to say, and it's usually something they've never even imagined before. And these poor kids, I just gotta keep, sometimes I'll like tell them, okay, this is what popped into my head and I didn't say it, but this is a joke that would work there. And then they're like, oh wow, you know, it's really funny. If you set it up like that, they don't get scarred. They're just like, wow, God, you guys are fucked up. Yeah. I don't understand. I'm glad that I've met them, and like, because I worry about how to raise a boy, and I don't like that, like, the modern American male ego relies on a sexual conquest as the foundation. And so it's tough to think about. You want them to be like sexually competent when they're an adult, but it'd be nice if they could have enough confidence to not require conquest, which is like basically destroying some certain number of females until you feel good about yourself. And some of these Gen Zers aren't, they're the opposite of me. They're opposite of like a perverted millennial. Like, they don't have enough experience to be a well-adjusted sexual adult male. We've all seen this exaggerated in 4-Year-Old Virgin, you know. Van life. But yeah, the 40-Year-Old Virgin has some really good points. It's not that, oh, losing your virginity. But it's like, you could meet the woman of your dreams, and because a log truck, and because you live in an era when conquest is the root of most male ego, thus the douche truck. When you haven't conquested, and you meet this woman who has only been with men that have conquested, your only hope is that she finds your insecurity cute and she wants to take someone's virginity. Those are the only two things that you know, or you can, that's it really. Play the religious card, which is going to make her feel bad for not being religious enough, or possibly make you a notch in her belt because she's always wanted to fuck a little Christian boy. It's not a lot going on. So anyways, it's really tough. I think that the best way to do it is through rich platonic friendship. And instead of growing up with hiding pornography and hiding online sexual conversations like millennials did, like we had there were some perverted boomers or whatever, okay, but we had every kind of pornography we ever wanted whenever we wanted it. and we had access to an unlimited number of online females that were not trained in how to defend themselves against boys online. And so it's a unique combination of millennial boys that are competent online and, I don't know, you know, whatever. So we're uniquely perverted and we were uniquely motivated for conquest, and it was a very big problem for me. I started my conquest late, and I just remember feeling so useless, and I just kept down my glasses. I think he's gone. And whether our kid loses virginity at 12 or 22, I'd like him to feel the same about himself. And it may not be possible. Like that feeling of sexual achievement. If you like bang somebody you think is hotter than you should be banging, like you've dated up or something. That's hard to match. I don't know if it is because of the way I was raised or like the shit I exposed myself to online for years or whatever it was, but how can you make a 22-year-old virgin not feel like a virgin? I think that probably if there's a rich platonic friendship, I think the first challenge, well, aside from education, which we're gonna have IVF kids, and so they encourage IVF parents to really talk about how it all works from a young age. And so there's going to be more sex and fertility discussion in our house than most houses. And then me and Melissa are also inclined to really make sure they're getting a lot of that. And I hope that we can not be awkward about it like you always see on TV. But here's the thing for me, okay? It's this platonic transition between like 10 and 12. Where you've got all these friends that are girls, and all of a sudden, girls are like the prey or something, and it's really weird how it happens in puberty, but like, all of a sudden the girls are shy, and the boys may also be shy. And so like, people I was friends with, was never uncomfortable around, girls I was friends with, never uncomfortable around, all of a sudden I would not talk to. I was afraid of them, they were afraid of me. And we weren't sexual adults yet, so there's no point in the fear. Now some people do work that out at 12. But it's more likely the girl's gonna be dating a 15 or 16-year-old guy anyway, so so that's the first part, is this platonic transition into puberty. To teach a kid how to maintain these friendships as they become a tool for grooming the girl. If you're one way, if you're like a Chad, you're probably gonna start flirting with all of your friends. Or if you're a nerd, you're gonna be like afraid of all of them. So to keep it platonic and have a rich portfolio of platonic friendships so you can become a healthy, well-adjusted person. And then hopefully some organic experimentation can happen in the teenage years between those platonic friends. And so the kid ends up losing their virginity at 15, 16 or something. But it isn't like a conquest. It's like something they both cherish, but they move on or something. And that has to happen on its own. All you can do is just encourage this platonic transition into, now the problem is I can't set a good example. I'm still scared shitless of girls. And also it's like funnier too, because like I can't be caught flirting with my wife's friend or something. I'm not around other girls. I certainly can't be caught hanging out with hot girls from college all of a sudden. So it's like, I'm awkward, and it's easy to justify not saying hi to a girl because I'm married or whatever. But it's hard for me to set a good example for this platonic situation. And then also, even though like I love my wife and I'm never going to cheat on her, the perversion is still there. And so when I find it difficult to form platonic friendships, to be honest. And so I wonder if that could be part of the thing. Now, one of these Gen Z kids I know, he forms a lot of platonic friendships, but they don't seem like meaningful ones. They seem like acquaintances. And so that's probably like the opposite of me, but also it's not really helping, because it could lead to hopelessness, where if you put any of your self-worth in attracting a mate, and you have all these platonic friendships that aren't really very deep, and you can't attract a mate, you're gonna feel worthless. It's a lot to go on, man, but it's funny because people say raising a boy is easier. And these are complicated questions, you know, and then I haven't even got to the layer of consent, okay? How do you work that in? But I suppose with like the platonic friendship that turns to experimentation, that's one area where consent might be just fine. It wouldn't be hard. I think meeting a girl at a party, consent can ruin the whole fucking vibe, and I've never understood how kids today get past that. Like, you've got to surprise kiss her. It's the only way you can do it. At least that's how I was programmed. When I was a kid, if you asked, the answer was no. And so you didn't ask, and the answer was yes. And, you know, the wife responded well to that, and like, there was one time in my life that where the gal was really offended. I think I could tell the story without giving away any details. Anyway, she was my age or maybe a year older, and I had only been dating teenage girls. And somehow I said, hey, let's get some air, and we walked outside and I kissed her. And I was pretty surprised it worked. And then she got really into it, and we're making out. And so like within like a minute, I'm putting my hand on her pants. And she slapped me. And I was so genuinely confused. So I was like, this is just what you do. I don't know, like, what the fuck. I was achieving a little bit, but I wasn't like some competent guy, you know. I was still fumbling my way through, like most of us do most of our lives. And she said something like, how dare you, I'm a lady, or whatever thing she made up that wasn't true. And half an hour later, I caught her looking for me. I was in the house, and she came in and saw me and ran back out. I walked out, and I was laughing, and I was like, you were looking for me. And she's like, no, I wasn't. Man, what a tortured soul that girl was. Yeah, it went well enough for us that night, but not great. We're both really too drunk, and yeah, I have positive feelings about her though. But it was just so funny that she slapped me, and then we ended up resuming anyway. son. They're putting out some logs today. This particular girl was somebody that was sought after by a lot of people, and it was just completely random. Sometimes I set off this feeling inside them where I'm like the dad they never had because I'm so tall. That's really my number one. This has been a TMI fucking journey on this trip. That's like my number one strength with females, is that when I get them close enough to me, it starts to activate this daddy wasn't there thing, and it makes them have a pretty substantial hormone response. I can't explain it at all. It's like magic. And so yeah, this girl that lots of people in the area knew because of her job, and she was like the hot girl that everyone knew, but no one could get. And apparently daddy wasn't around. That's my theory. And so I think a lot of Chads use that too without knowing it, just with their posture and stuff. And so girls, I think some girls that have daddy issues, zero compatibility with me, and I think what it is their dad had huge muscles. And so some of these girls want to get pinned up against a wall and shit. And so it's the ones where maybe dad had a beard and he was a normal guy and then he left or whatever, something like, or he was at work all the time and she never really got to hang out with him. It's like fish in a barrel, dude. I've just got to find a way. Remember, this is my perverted millennial predator logic, that this is just how I was raised. No one told me what the right or wrong thing to do was, and so I just had to figure out what works, and it was usually alcohol and trying to give them a hug or somehow turn on that mechanism. And so when I kissed her outside and she's looking, you know, looking way up at me for me to kiss her, I'm looking way down at her, that flipped the switch. And even me ruining it by sticking my hand down her pants didn't really ruin it. It was way chemical for her. I don't know if girls like to feel like it just happened. That's another thing. And so when I set off that reaction in their brain, it does just happen, and they don't know why. The therapist might not even know why. I'm guessing, educated guess. But between like being in the same room together and going outside and kissing, something has to happen. Now, I'm not privy to that. I saw her looking at me, I think. And so that maybe unrelated to dad. Maybe she thought it was cute or something, or it was an accident. She was looking at me because I was so tall and she blushed because she wasn't trying to get caught looking. Doesn't really matter. It was positive, not disgust rooted, you know. So yeah, it's just one case study. So yeah, to me, the ultimate failure if I was raising a son is that he went to a party and forced himself on a girl. And I think that any sort of resentment can lead to that, which is commonly what we see with when you have regional or ethnical differences in like feelings on the topic of rape. I think a lot of the cultures that rape more, it's based on resentment of some kind. Or this desire to try and move the conquest forward or start your conquest, and you're frustrated. You don't maybe resent it yet. but that could combine. If you disregard consent and you're motivated by this frustration over the conquest goals that society sets or whatever, it could come off like forcing yourself because consent was disregarded and you were being pushy. And so that's why you've got to really, I don't think that we're trying to make rules about consent without raising boys properly. And I don't see where the middle of it is. I don't see how to do it. But I think the first step is that platonic transition I was talking about. That's a really good sign if a boy can have healthy platonic relationships through puberty, after puberty. Yeah, it's super scary to me. Sometimes I think a girl will be easier. Because the flip side of the coin of knowing why I'm successful with females, and I've never been with a girl that didn't have daddy issues, and there's two ways to interpret that. Is one, all girls have daddy issues, or two, I only get with girls that have daddy issues. Both can be true, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure which is which. But there's some girls that, yeah, even if we like each other, we're just not compatible. I think it's because they had a dad around. And so my corny jokes or other social misdeeds can't be easily forgiven because they're not overruled by this fundamental desire to be held by someone. You know what I'm trying to say. So the flip side of that is the secret to raising a girl is the daddy has to be around, has to be respectful, fully present. I think that's the secret to raising a girl. And I've inferred that from, like, here's the way to say it. I need to raise a female that would be immune to my bullshit. That, like, she would just laugh at a guy doing my stuff because it didn't even work. And she just saw right through it. And then she'd have to be competent in her own regard. And would probably, this is the hard part everyone has the hard part with, but it is helpful, would probably sexually experiment younger than the boy would, which can surprise some parents and then lead to teenage rebellion when completely ridiculous rules are in place. So it's tough I still think it's all rooted in that platonic transition. But the problem is the boys she's been hanging out with may have had challenges of their own. But that's where that immunity has to be strong, where she has to have her dad she can rely on. It'll make it easier for her to reject male advances because she has her father to provide for her in a very healthy way, you know. And then hopefully there's some organic experimentation. Now the other thing the wife and I learned, that we learned this on our own, sort of, and then I heard about it later in a podcast, is that birth control causes a lot of these psychological problems in females. And the science community has just denied it for generations. I think I need to stop. Have I seen the airport road yet? I think I've just been flying. Damn. Wish I knew where I was, but I don't have a dashboard. Yeah, so right now the only embryo we have left is a female. And it's probably about a 5% chance, to be honest, that it works out. I don't want to talk to my wife about the odds, but so this all might be a theoretical conversation that is completely moot. And I just hit archive on it later and forget about it for the rest of my life. I think the airport road's up here. The other thing, aside from the sort of baseline sexual discussion, which is the largest problem, I think, today, is that our adults are fit into such narrow specialties. They don't have enough skills to really exist in the world. I think that, especially for a female, believe it or not, the broader their skill base. Oh, we were talking about birth control. But yeah, anyway, if you think about Ziva from NCIS, when she laughs at Tony and rejects him, that is from such a healthy place, and I fucking love it. They end up getting together, obviously, anyway, but it's not because of his charm. It's when she gets to know him on a deeply personal level, you know, through that platonic thing, and he's always trying to push the boundaries, but she doesn't let him, and then she realizes she's in love with him. That's how it should happen. But look at that woman. She speaks like 5 languages. Just completely skilled in everything except for driving. And so the question is like how to raise a Ziva. I had this in my mind for a while. And I was reading Zen and Art, and I think the word is spelled A-R-E-T-E. Ariet. It's a Greek word that apparently it sounds like, you know, Zen, it's tough for me. I grew up in a post-Zen world, okay? I don't know how influential that book really was, but it sounds like before that book came out, that word was misinterpreted to mean not dignity, virtue or something. Yeah, virtue. And it's not what it is. It's excellence in all of its forms expressed in one person. That's Ziva. If you think about it, she's not a fucking Mary Sue, okay? You know, Tony had to fall in love. Well, he did fall in love with her first moment he saw her, I suppose. But maybe she has a little bit of a Mary Sue. But it's not supposed to be Mary Sue. It's supposed to be somebody that's just naturally skilled in all areas of life as a human being to reach the fullest experience in life. And so I think taking this idea of Ziva and this arete concept, that's what you want to do for a female besides the baseline discussion previously. And I think homeschooling can really provide for that. And it's difficult to have a large enough platonic sphere for them when you're homeschooling, but it's impossible to teach them everything when they're in school, because they're not learning a fucking thing in school. a fucking single thing. Not learning anything in school. The school system failed me, and I don't understand how people have blind faith in it. First test I ever want my kids to take is the acuplacer when they're going to college at 15 or whatever. I'm not talking like Asians pushing their kids to genius, having them in college at 15. I'm talking about like it's the natural next step for them because they graduated high school at 14. That kind of a thing, you know. And it's not about putting pressure on the kid. It's like if you're homeschooling and you're putting a lot of effort into it. I'm not talking buying curriculum. I can make fucking curriculum better than the curriculum out there. The things I want to do with kids require such a base level of skills that they will be acing any question. So if you don't want them to take tests, and because of, you know, you can go read Zen if you want to know why tests aren't that great. You can also read The New Economics by W. Edwards Deming. If you don't want them to take a single test ever, in our state you have to have them meet with these people that are certified in whatever bullshittery, and they sort of interview them instead. Oh man, my butt hurts. I really want to stop. Where is lunch 1? I can't stop at all these houses. No, dogs. Oh, Jesus. Shit. It's so loose here. They must be taking those to the mill in Tacoma or just taking them to market. Or even past the mill. They had, I don't know, they had mill in Tacoma, and they also have millworks in Tacoma where they make windows and doors. I don't know what all they're doing there now. So I met a girl in college that was raised on a boat 6 months out of the year. And there were times in our teacher who had been a marine biologist his entire adult life and then taught at college, and you know, there's times when he had to ask her questions and he loved it. He just fucking loved it. But he had to ask her questions. It was like his favorite thing, his favorite part of the day if he forgot something or hadn't seen one in person and she had or something. It was just, I remember thinking, well, first of all, how much I wanted to fuck her. But after that, just being so impressed with her and how I guess at that time I was jealous of growing up that way, and now that I'm older is like, how do I harness that? How do I raise a girl like that? And so that's part of the ethos too. I was just so impressed with her. And so impressed that her dad could pull that shit off. Now you can work from home so much easier. And so you could just do it all year. You could stay in Madagascar for 3 months or whatever, you know. And next thing you know, she'd be teaching the kids English even though she's 10. That kind of a thing. Can you imagine the education of that? Makes you want to cry. It's like the secret to everything. Just have this kid that grows up as a world traveler. And yeah, fuck. If this 5% chance comes out, man. Like I said, if sailing doesn't work out, I'll have to work on the woods side of it, and then also probably airline travel, which I fucking hate now. I hate airports. I hate cruise ship terminals. Anytime humans are being herded like cattle, I want to opt out of that. Thank you. I do not want to be herded. I don't want to stand somewhere for an hour. I don't want to sit on benches that are designed that you can't lay on them. I just object wholeheartedly to all of it. I'd probably just stop back there somewhere. Shit. The deep shade isn't deep shade when you get to it. It's all broken up. Gate in the forest. Yeah, raising a girl. To me though, like the path for that is clearer. The boy, I see more the how-to side of raising a boy without the conquest culture and with the modern consent issues. I see as a bigger challenge than raising a girl. Now practically, I've seen lots of people trying to raise girls and it goes to shit. Okay, so I get it. I get that it's harder. But the path looks clearer to me on how to start out, you know. I cannot believe the GoPro is still going. If it cuts out, it's been fun, guys. Although that lunch 1 is the next right. Am I good at this or what? I definitely want to duck into lunch 1, just in case lunch 2 doesn't pan out. That almost might be a bridge now. I don't think so. Maybe we can just sit in front of the gate, but it looks like I'd like to be able to take a left. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the camera off. Just for some plausible deniability here. I'll catch you guys later, if not in the next video. headwind. It's high noon, otherwise known as 1 p.m. I'm glad I didn't stop at lunch too instead, because it doesn't look like it's going to have any shade. So I picked a spot to hide out for a bit. Just on the side of the road. Back brake's a little tight. Can never have it just right. Should probably switch the pads like halfway. I don't know. Who gives a shit? Honestly, what worries me more is the hydraulics on this, but on the newer one. But that was some hot blacktop back there. Jesus Christ. We're overdue for a horn. And they use the sidewalk, you dick. I'm pretty sure the external battery's dead, so. Whatever. If the GoPro goes, it goes. I should put this thing so the stains down, but I don't want to look too clean, you know. I'm not trying to fool anybody here. I hope my spot I picked has shade. I've got half a Sprite left, and it's back to just plain old water. I wish I love plain water. When I was out there, I wanted soda. Got some beer in the fridge at home. I think it's a Deschutes IPA variety pack. my God, the sun. There's the van that was stopped on the side of the road. You know, that fire road I was up, it looked like someone had picked Salal and forgot to get it. There were these bunches of they were all dead, but I think it was Salal. It didn't make any sense. So I think somebody had picked there, and when they were going back to get their people or whatever, something got miscommunicated. Whew. Climbing, boy. A little bit here. A little bit's a lot in the sun. Headwind again, which I'm grateful for now, but ain't helping the hill. Not in a hurry though, right? Another uphill up here.